Right. I mean, so what would you do then, though? Because isn't it kind of
first?
Right. But isn't it kind of one of a couple ways? Either you're putting more down or buying it completely with cash, the Ramsey way.
Yeah.
Or you're paying a payment. And if you want it cheaper with that payment.
It's not cheaper. That's my point.
I air quoted cheaper. You're paying longer.
So what you're doing is you're sacrificing your equity, right? You're saying, I'm interested in cash flow, and I will pay the bank or the dealership, the financer, whoever that is, more money because I am focused on the cash flow, not how much money I'm saving. And money is my equity.
And do you think that society is making us that way, or do you think that we as a society are increasingly choosing that, and that it is just institutionally being fed to
I think
us?
is it a chicken or the egg?
I don't know.
I think that many of us are financially illiterate. That wasn't required in schools for a long time, and states are starting to catch up on some of that stuff. I think a lot of people aren't listening to Ramsey, right? And I think that companies have increasingly made it incredibly simple to give you what you want right now. Yeah. Yes, and that's why Klarna and Affirm are offering
buy now, pay later
on your burritos, on your DoorDash, and those other things. So it's just not a great plan. All right, for some of us, it's a rite of passage. The pilgrimage to D.C. Our own Mike Broomhead is molding young minds as 250 local kids are seeing the nation's capital and how the swamp works from the inside. You're going to hear Mike and just how icky things are next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The first symptom in 30% of all heart attacks is sudden death. Ugh, ouch. But you don't have to die from this silent killer. Let's talk about the great team at Lifeguard Imaging. They're a concierge imaging center that focus on early detection. Lifeguard Imaging helps you take the guesswork out of your health, and they allow you to be proactive versus reactive with what's going on inside your body. Heart disease, #1 killer in America. The earlier that you detect heart disease, the better your chance to treat it. At Lifeguard Imaging, you can know about heart disease before you have a heart attack. Through their high accuracy, low dose CT scans, they're detecting heart disease and hundreds of different forms of cancer early. If something comes back abnormal, you can take action and do something about it. You or a loved one may have cancer or heart disease right now. Don't let nagging fear control your life. Find out today. Call Lifeguard Imaging at 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. I just got scanned. I have the peace of mind knowing that I did. No cancer, no heart disease for me right now. Now is the time to do it. If not for you, do it for you or your loved ones. Father's Day's just around the corner. Forget about the golf balls, the ties, all that stuff. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com today or call 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. It could save you or a loved one's life. Lifeguard Imaging.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:47, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. Maricopa County health officials reporting the first confirmed heat death of the year. Dr. Nick Staub says it's from a 2024 heat-related injury, adding the case shows the prolonged effects of recovering from such an illness. The county is investigating more than 60 other potential heat death cases.
We are offering these 2 desert-adapted trees for eligible SRP electric customers.
You heard that right. SRP back with its free shade tree giveaway. All you have to do is attend one of their 3 webinars this summer to learn about which trees would be best to shade your home. You can choose from 6 desert-adapted trees, and you've completed the online workshop. Go to srpnet.com/shade trees to sign up. All of our top stories coming up at 3 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y Refi. And right now we're checking the temperature in Gilbert. We're at 92 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929. It's Gatos. Does your home have clogged drains? Call Howard Air and Plumbing today. For a limited time, get a professional drain cleaning for only $59 during Howard Air's Beat the Heat sales event. Plus, get a plumbing camera inspection absolutely free when you schedule your appointment today. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule your appointment online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Jan Brewer, Republicans have a responsibility to restore faith in elections. Governor, great to have you back on the show.
With all this misinformation that's really killing our electoral system. And it's just gotten to the point where I had to stand up and speak out. Hear ye, hear ye.
There you go.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online on the KTAR News app, and streaming on the KTAR News YouTube channel. All right, we tried to call our friend Mike Broomhead, and he's still in the air, I guess. Mm-hmm. So he is not in D.C. We'll see if we can connect with him in the next hour. I did want to bring this up, though, Joe. First of all, I wanted to make clear on that because I told you we were going to talk to him, and now he's not even available because he's busy with his in-flight champagne. That guy.
Man. Doesn't he have one of those fancy phones that you can use up in the air?
Have you noticed how elitist he's gotten here?
Oh, so elitist.
The longer he is at KTAR, the more elitist he gets. I swear to you.
Have you seen him do the thing with the glass when he picks it up? He keeps his pinky off it now.
It's really obnoxious.
You know, he's not a one-percenter like that. He was an electrician.
Right. He was a hardworking guy.
Yeah. And
where'd that go?
Pinky off the glass.
It's disgusting. So that said, we've been talking about the economy. We talk about Walmart raising prices, and we've discussed what else were we discussing? Using buy now, pay later
for groceries
and also burritos, right? Because it's available on your DoorDash now. You can get that stuff.
Yep.
Nearly a quarter of consumers are using the buy now, pay later loans to finance groceries. A quarter. I thought that it was like
wait.
5%.
Say the stat again.
Nearly a quarter of consumers are using buy now, pay later loans to finance groceries.
Okay, so it's not nearly a quarter of those using buy now, pay later are using it on groceries. It's 1 in 4 people who are buying groceries.
That's what the story I have from the New York Times says.
Because if you told me 1 in 4 people using buy now, pay later are using it on groceries, I could believe that.
Yeah.
But you're telling me that when I go through the checkout and I see the 15 lanes, 3 or 4 of the people are using buy now, pay later, that freaks me out.
It freaks me out too.
Because to your point, it's fine to use it, but the fear of defaulting. And are you really budgeting to, hey, okay, you're getting this now, but you're going to have to pay for it later?
You know, a lot of these places, what they do is they take a cut from the store, right? So they're offering you a 0% buy now, pay later loan, right? And then they're taking a little bit of a cut from the store for offering it. And then if you default, then boom, they make a ton of money.
Dude, another one that trips me out is that increasingly wealthy customers shopping at the dollar stores.
Well, okay, but this is where I wanted to go with this, is that what people don't realize is that if you are using the buy now, pay later, you're not saving money, you're spreading the money out.
Correct.
Which, again, you're moving toward a cash flow versus equity. For the people that still say, if I want to save money, I have to buy less, I have to spend less on things, they are transitioning to places like the dollar store. And it's wealthier people. Now, why are they wealthier people? Because they still put value on the amount of cash they have, not on their cash flow. They budget themselves better and they go, I can't spend so much on groceries, which means I have to find cheaper groceries or eat less.
But what trips me out, is Dollar General cheaper?
I don't think so, but I also think that wealthier people are a little more savvy. I think that if you saw the price of your vegan burgers that you eat going up at Costco, you would look and see, are they cheaper at Walmart?
Yeah.
Or you would look and see, are they cheaper online somewhere, right? I think you would shop around a little bit if you started noticing things going up.
My total bill, I would, yes. I'm not going to price shop all my different items.
I know, but if there's certain things you notice, if you know, typically your, is it, turkey and egg white burger
egg
that
white
you have?
delight,
Okay, whatever. If that is, normally you're paying $6 for 4 of those, and you go in there, all of a sudden you see it's $7.50, you would notice that.
Yes.
You'd go, wait a minute, this isn't right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm not going to do is get some of my food at Target, get some of it at Fry's, get some of it at Safeway.
I think you would. If things started to get real expensive, I bet you would.
Really? And I'm going to get a little bit of it at all those places?
Yeah, I would.
What am I going to burn in gas, though, stopping at all those stores?
Yeah, you keep driving that gas guzzler. You may have heard us talking yesterday about the turmoil in the Arizona Democratic Party as the chair is calling out the high-profile Democrats in the state, and those people are having none of it. The very public falling out may have to face a reckoning, this weekend. You're going to hear from a political strategist about how this is likely to play out and if that party can get their act together before all the important statewide elections go on next year. That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, as we've been talking about trying to save money everywhere you can, we keep watching what's going on with home prices. Now, there's a difference between saving money and then giving up the things that you love. You don't have to give up the things that you love. Find the house you want and get into it right away. In fact, find the house you want, get into it right away before you have to sell your home, but then sell your home for more. You know your home needs a little bit of work before you sell it, right? Maybe you got to patch this, you got to paint that, maybe fix this flooring here. This is where you're going to work with Orchard. Orchard has what they call the Move First, Sell Later program. Lets you buy your new home now while the price is good and then sell the old one later. So Orchard's going to give you cash for your home. Then you can take that cash and go put that toward your next home. Boom, you get it at the sale price you wanted. That's on your timeline. You don't have to wait for your place to sell. You don't have to deal with the realtors over there. You don't have to deal with all the showings and all that other nonsense. Orchard experts take over. They'll take care of those repairs, the paint here, the patch there, all that kind of stuff. And then once they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that sells your home for top dollar. And if they sell your home for more than they gave me in cash in the first place, which that's kind of the plan, they do that, you get another check afterward. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth. Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down, because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. New details about an accidental shooting in a South Phoenix neighborhood that left a 5-year-old dead last night. Police now say the victim's 8-year-old brother accidentally shot his sister inside of their home. The rifle used in the shooting belonging to the victim's father, Irvin Ramos Jimenez, who was later arrested for possessing a weapon while being prohibited to do so. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. In other news, Maricopa County reporting the year's first heat death as summer nears. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more about it.
It marks the beginning of a deadly season, especially for people living on the streets and seniors. Dr. Nick Staub of the Maricopa County Department of Public Health explains.
The injury occurred during the prior summer. It does really call attention to who is at highest risk in our community, as well as the fact that everyone needs to have a plan for how to stay safe in the heat.
The last 2 years saw more than 600 heat deaths each, but a 2024 county health report did also show the first reduction in 10 years. Right now, there's more than 60 heat death cases under investigation, and Dr. Staub emphasizes heat deaths are preventable deaths. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Phoenix Suns have apparently found their new head coach, the team agreeing to a 4-year deal with Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott. Luke Lipinski with the Wolf and Luke show on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM says the new hire should not come as a surprise to Suns fans.
This was predictable from day one, and that's a problem.
Luke and Wolf add that the hire of an inexperienced coach won't matter if Jordan Ott leads the team to more wins than last season. Attorney General Chris Mays taking legal action over alleged housing discrimination from a Scottsdale-based real estate group. The lawsuit says Fame Properties violated Arizona's Fair Housing Act by denying a disabled tenant's request to pay rent on the third day of each month instead of the first after her Social Security check arrives. House Republicans are ramping up their investigation into what they've labeled President Joe Biden's mental and physical decline while in office.
The letters have been sent to 5 senior Biden aides, former Chief of Staff Ron Klain, and top advisors Anita Dunn, Mike Donnellan, Bruce Reed, and Steve Ricchetti. House Oversight Chair James Comer says he seeks to know who made key decisions in the administration, and he's demanded the aides appear for transcribed interviews. Last year, the Biden White House rebuffed similar requests Comer made to have 3 other senior advisors and Biden's doctor answer questions. Comer has now renewed his request and says he'll issue subpoenas if they don't voluntarily appear. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
And it is time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 4th, and back on this day in 1919, the 19th Amendment was passed, allowing women the right to vote. The women's movement was founded in the mid-19th century by women who had become politically active through their work in the abolitionist movement. Following the Civil War, the 15th Amendment was adopted, granting African American men the right to vote, but Congress failed to expand its progress. In 1869, the National Women's Suffrage Association, led by Susan B. Anthony, was formed to push for an amendment to the U.S. Constitution. By the beginning of the 20th century, the role of women in American society was changing drastically. Women were working more, receiving a better education, and by 1916, both political parties openly endorsed female involvement. A few years later, the 19th Amendment, which stated that the rights of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied by any state on account of sex, passed both houses of the U.S. Congress. And it happened back on this day in 1919.
All right, let's check what's happening on those roads right now. Say good afternoon to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, good afternoon, Bill. We do have some slowing heading into Tempe on the eastbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway. We've got a crash right near Priest Center Parkway there, and that is causing slowing all the way back to the 143 Hohokam coming eastbound on the 202. And we also have some slowing if you're coming eastbound on Sky Harbor Boulevard trying to merge onto the Red Mountain Freeway. Also working a crash on the eastbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway right near 42nd Street. And then we have some slowing on the westbound 202 from 40th Street in through the mini stack. 54th Street and Thomas, we've got a crash there. And traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Mike Broomhead at the Arrowhead AMC Theater June the 12th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News.
Mostly sunny this afternoon. Slight chance of rain. High of 98 today. Clear tonight. Down to 76. Sunny and 101 tomorrow. Mix of sun and clouds out there right now. 92 in Mesa. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Heisinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Outstanding. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on air, online on the KTAR News app. So yesterday on the program, we were discussing the shenanigans within the Arizona Democratic Party, and they have some. Is it fair to say issues that they are working through right now?
Definitely.
Yeah. In this case, what you've got is a chair of the party who instilled his own executive director, who was not the choice of the elected officials. Now, the elected officials in Arizona, the Democratic elected officials, and to their credit, they have done really well in the statewide races. You got the big three state seats, right? And that is governor, attorney general, secretary of state. All right? The Republicans were able to take the treasurer and the superintendent of public instruction, but the top three that we think of as far as like a hierarchy all went to Democrats. For the first time in Arizona history, you have two Democrats in the Senate as well, right? Bigly. So these people go, look, we know what we're doing. We should have some influence. And they say, we think this would be a great executive director. And the chair, Robert Branscombe II, said, you know what? I'd rather go with this other person. And then it sounds like behind the scenes you had people going, dude, what are you doing? We gave you the perfect chair for the party, and why'd you go with somebody else? So then he says, they're being mean to me. And then they say, this guy's off his rocker. And all of a sudden you had the Big Five, and we'll call them the Big Five in the Democratic Party in Arizona, that said, this dude is, him putting out the statement that says that we're threatening him and all this other stuff, that's nonsense. And now he's making everything public, and this is not pretty. And so now you've got this infighting that has become very public. And what is the rule? Don't fight in public. Joining us right now is no, it is not. Joining us later will be a Democratic strategist to talk about this, because coming up this weekend, we have a meeting in Tucson.
Yeah, don't air your dirty laundry in public. And yet that seems like what the Democrats are going to do, as not only are they going to have this meeting, it's going to be open to the press as well.
Now, yesterday on the program, you heard us talk with the former executive director of the Maricopa County Democratic Party, John Ryder, who said, and Joey, you asked him, what would you do if you're in this situation? He said, I'd be working the phones. I'd be talking with everybody going, whoa, what do we need to do to smooth this over? What is the issue? But it doesn't sound like we've got that going on. In fact, it sounds, my humblest of opinion from the outside looking in, sounds like we got some egos at play.
No doubt.
A little bit of a power struggle happening right now.
But when we talked with John Ryder, he also said he doesn't think that this is a situation where the Big Five, as you coined them, are necessarily going to call for the party chair's head and say, hey, either you go or, we're forcing you out. That it doesn't sound like this is the end necessarily. Like they could still work out a deal.
He said we're not beyond that. I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Because he was making these accusations that they were trying to leverage him. They were trying to put pressure on him, and they were saying, this is going to be our person, or we're going to pull all of our fundraising. That this is going to be a problem, or else we're going to have a problem within the party down the road. And then he was accusing them of using these racist undertones because the person that they recommended was Hispanic, and Branscombe is black. And he claims that they were saying this is black on Hispanic distrust or hate, or whatever it was. It was a little odd.
Yeah.
Right. So he's trying to pull some identity politics stuff here.
But they're all Democrats. They need to all be on the same team.
I know, but Joe, we saw this in the Republican Party, right? We saw this when Jeff DeWitt was being surreptitiously recorded by Carrie Lake. Remember, DeWitt was the head of the Republican Party, and then Carrie Lake sat down with a meeting with him, and he was saying, hey, Carrie, maybe you don't go this time around. She says, oh, they're trying to keep me out. They're trying to prevent me from doing this. So we saw Republican on Republican going on. Now it feels like we're seeing Democratic on Democratic going on. Right?
It definitely is. That is 100% the case, easy for me to say, of what's going on here.
But what happened with the Republicans when that was going on? DeWitt was gone.
I was going to say, DeWitt ended up, he wasn't fired. I think he ended up kind of stepping aside because I think it was one of those.
For the good of the party.
If it was, hey, if you don't step aside, we're going to find a way to force you out. We're going to find some dirty laundry on you, and we don't want you here.
Because Carrie Lake basically had kind of taken control of that. Yeah. Right, but she was, her and the MAGA group, which is weird because DeWitt was he was stumping for Trump. I mean, the guy was like the head of the MAGA in Arizona. But they were saying, we're going to find somebody else to do the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't the Democrats do the same thing, especially when you have the big five that are unified, that this guy's pulling some shenanigans publicly that we don't need to be airing publicly? Why wouldn't you get rid of him? Why wouldn't you say, let's just move on? And I'll give you another example. Mm-hmm. Suppose you're an employer, all right? And ultimately, this is what's going on here. You've got the head of the Democratic Party who's working for the candidates. So suppose that you are an employer and you have a candidate who is not performing. They're not doing the job. And they're trying to create trouble in the office. How much time are you going to put into trying to make that employee come around? And how much are you just going to rip the Band-Aid off and say, we'll find somebody else?
Well, if you're the big five, you have the power.
You have the power.
So you want somebody who's going to do what you want.
Yes.
So not a ton of time.
No, I'm moving on very quickly, which is why when they have this meeting in Tucson this weekend, I can't help but to believe there's going to be, what do they like to say? Tough decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's going to be tough decisions because I think the tough decision is, are we going to make a change right now? What will that do to the party at this time? But where it becomes difficult is if we don't make a change right now, how long are we going to be dealing with this nonsense? We got to get ready for the 2026 election.
I agree with you. Tough decisions will be made, but the challenge, if you're the big five, is how do they make it seem like Branscombe, the party chair, wants to potentially step aside if he doesn't want to do what they want to do? Because if you're one of those big five, you don't want to come off like a bully who kicked the little guy
I didn't get my way,
out of the
now
party.
I don't know. Because honestly, if this were a private company, then this is exactly what I would. If it were a private company, I wouldn't worry about it. I got to move on. I got to move on.
But you're talking millions of voters, and it all gets aired publicly. Or if you tick off Branscombe, he could go public with it, and he could say, "Hey, you know what?
Become a real pain.
They bullied me out of the party." And then even if 5% of Democrats go, whoa, I didn't like that.
Then it's a problem.
And they sit out or they vote Republican or independent, becomes a huge problem.
And I wonder how many would look at it and go, they had to make a change. They had trouble in the ranks. They had to make a change.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's, if it's to your point, 5%, or it's a number of independents that get scared away, then all of a sudden it's costing you elections. Yeah, no, this has become a real issue. I'll be curious to see how this plays out in Tucson. Hopefully we'll get a report out of Tucson after it happens this next weekend. Today marks a very somber 3-year anniversary for one East Valley family. You're going to get the latest update on the unsolved murder of a 19-year-old Gilbert woman and how you can help. That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Bill O'Neill with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:15, this is what you need to know right now. A federal judge ruling the Trump administration must give migrants sent in El Salvador prison a chance to challenge their removals. Judge James Boasberg says people who were sent to the prison in March under an 18th century wartime law have not been able to formally contest the removals or allegations that they are members of a Venezuelan gang. He ordered the administration to work toward giving them a way to file those challenges. Noble Predictive Insights recently releasing a poll about key issues within Arizona, such as tariffs, election security, and deportations. Mike Noble tells Arizona's Morning News he was surprised the state was more supportive of these issues than previously thought. More information on the poll, you can go to KTAR.com. All of our top stories coming up at 3:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Back to the roads, check on traffic with John Roller live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. We are still seeing heavy slowing heading into Tempe on the eastbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway, and now this backup has grown back to 40th Street, and that's going to stay with you just past Priest into Tempe, westbound side of the 202, the Red Mountain Freeway. Also have stop and go slowing from 32nd Street right through the mini stack into the downtown area, and we are working one crash this afternoon at 54th Street and Thomas. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. The Arizona Painting Company is the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. John Roller, KTAR News.
Partly cloudy skies, 91 degrees right now in Avondale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Hey, I'm Bruce.
Cruz.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Well, you know that we like to highlight some families that are looking for justice. And one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is bring attention to cases that before they turn cold, okay? Some of these cases involve someone who's lost their life. In one case, Joe, we talked about a young woman who lost her life. And fortunately, after talking with her mother, there was a break in the case, and we were able to get some arrests made, right? One big arrest and another one that's still pending, right? Mm-hmm. Another case that we've been able to highlight, and we're hoping to get a little bit more movement on this, is the death of Rachel Hansen, who was 19 years old, and 3 years ago today, she died. She's in her new apartment, and
had been there for
a day.
And in the middle of the night,
somebody comes in.
Somebody enters the apartment, and she realizes, like the following morning, there's a jar of pickles on the kitchen counter that she didn't buy.
No. So somebody gets into the apartment and leaves pickles.
Right.
And you go, what is that about? Mm-hmm. Did they just have the wrong place? Were they dropping something off? Who knows what's going on? So she's got a boyfriend. The boyfriend is there, and the boyfriend takes off. The boyfriend goes, hey, man, you don't need more. Listen, sweetheart, you don't need more pickles showing up in your place. Make sure you lock the door. Yeah. So he leaves, and they kind of circles back around, and he comes in and he goes, hun, you didn't lock the door.
Yeah,
lock the door.
This is 2 nights later. Yeah,
2 nights later.
She's subleasing her apartment, and so we're talking June 2022 here.
Yeah,
subleasing her apartment. So this incident happens with whoever enters the place, leaves this jar of pickles. Then 2 nights later, her and the boyfriend are hanging out, watching some TV, watching a movie, doing whatever teenagers, young adults do.
He leaves. I just told this.
Yeah.
So now. He leaves, goes away. Somebody comes in.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know if she locked the door or not.
Right.
But somebody got into that apartment that night and murdered her.
And no sign of forced entry. Yeah. Shot her, ended up killing her.
Now, maybe she locked the door and somebody had a key, as, again, a couple nights earlier, somebody had a key to drop off pickles, which is weird. But in this case, somebody comes in. Her mother, Kim Hansen, is looking for answers. She joins us now. And Kim, I know you've been doing everything you can to try to bring justice to your daughter. So far, anything that we've received publicly or in the media has been heavily redacted. Do you know what the latest is on this? Because we want to make sure we keep giving attention to it.
I appreciate so much that you are giving attention to it. Thank you for doing that. The most important thing is that the case is being actively investigated, which makes us very hopeful, because this time a year ago, it had been passed over to silent witness because Gilbert PD just had nothing to go on. In Rachel's case, there's no motive, no weapon, very little DNA, if any. We're not even sure about that. No cameras, no witnesses, nothing. And so it was very difficult for Gilbert PD to follow any leads, get leads to even investigate. So when they handed it off to silent witness, we were very discouraged.
Sure.
But now we are in more communication with them. They are reaching out to us. They don't really give us any information. They can't, because they don't want anything to jeopardize the case, obviously. But they are actively working on it, and because they want to reach out to us, that makes us hopeful that maybe things are developing. Finally.
Talking with Kim Hansen, mother of Rachel Hansen, who was tragically shot and killed 3 years ago today in her own apartment. Kim, you guys had hired a private investigator at one point in time. Are you still working with a private investigator? And what's the latest that they told you regarding the case?
Yes, we are working with a private investigator. His name is Justin Yentes. Let me say, first of all, however, he volunteered his time. We did not hire him. He just he knew about the case, wanted to help, and he has been wonderful to work with because he is doing his own investigation, obviously separate from Gilbert PD, and so it's taking a little bit of a different path. But he has been so helpful in helping us understand the process of what's going on. And he communicates with us often. We have been so grateful to have him helping in the case. And surely between the two, him and Gilbert PD, hopefully we get some answers before this time next year.
Are you feeling like we're talking with Kim Hansen, who is the mother of the young woman who was murdered 3 years ago today. Are you feeling like you made mention of not having any very few clues, I guess, right? Suspects, motive, that sort of thing. You must have been searching for this and trying to turn over every rock you could to find any of that. Is there anything at all that's given you any sort of inclination as to what this might be? I mean, it just seems as random as it gets. No, still. That must be devastating to you.
It is devastating. It's hard every single day to live with. We still, however, even though we have nothing, we still believe this was not a random act of violence. Rachel's apartment was on the 3rd floor in the corner in a gated community. There was a reason that somebody came into her apartment and shot her. We cannot understand what that might be.
Do you ever think maybe it was a mistaken identity? I mean, she was new to the apartment. Did somebody...
It did. Yeah. That did. I mean, that is definitely a possibility. That's something that's been considered because I think, as you mentioned earlier, she had subleased the apartment. And it was actually her second night in the apartment when this happened. So, yes, that is something that has definitely been looked into and considered. But whoever was there, for whatever reason, it was purposeful, even if it was not meant for Rachel.
Okay.
If you have any idea of what happened, you saw something on that night back in June of 2022, you should call 480-WITNESS. 480-WITNESS. Make sure to pass any information along to Silent Witness. And Kim, before we let you go, I'm looking at the information here at Rachel's Rescue, which is rachelsrescue2022.com. Your daughter had a passion for dogs and puppies as well. Can you give us 30 seconds on what you do every day to carry out some of her mission and her legacy?
Well, she always wanted to start a rescue of her own, and we never did. And so after the first year of grieving her loss, we decided it was time to start a rescue in honor of her, and that's why it's called Rachel's Rescue. It serves many purposes, but the top 3 are we're saving dogs and puppies, 300 so far in the first 2 years.
Wow.
It occupies our hearts and minds and time, gives us a purpose every day while we continue to live our lives without Rachel in it. And it honors her memory of something that she loved dearly, and it gives us a way to communicate with people and continue to share her story and spread the word about it as we search for answers and justice for her.
Kim, will you please keep us in mind as your search continues on here, because we want to make sure we keep shining a spotlight on this until we find that killer, hold somebody responsible, and bring you justice.
Thank you so much. I really, truly appreciate you guys and the time that you've given to share Rachel's story.
Of course. And again, as Joe said, if you think you may have seen something, heard something, know anything at all, 480-WITNESS, 480-WITNESS. And the current reward right now from Silent Witness is up to $10,000.
Last I saw, $10,000.
Yeah. So if you know.
It's 15.
Oh, it's 15 now.
15,000. Yes,
All
that's
right.
on the current Silent Witness flyer.
Okay, perfect. $15,000. And if you've seen anything, $15,000. All right. Kim, God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. It's a wild world out there. And today's Headline Volley features other stories you need to know, brings the wild kingdom into focus. See how animal-friendly you really are and just how much it's costing you. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Chris, you see what I got on right here?
New kicks?
No, not
mismatching socks.
No, mismatching. No, they're black socks. It's my shoes. But what's inside my shoes?
Oh, I can't
Chris?
see that, Joe.
But you know what's in there.
I do, because I got the same ones in mine.
Good feet.
Boom.
Oh, my good feet story. Man, mine Started out with a lot of pain, foot pain, heel pain, back pain. Over the last 10 years, I have felt all of it. Was actually at a pain management specialist today for some issues with my back. My feet, though, they couldn't feel better thanks to my Good Feet personalized arch supports. The plantar fasciitis that I was dealing with, total thing of the past. Go to goodfeet.com right now. Book an appointment for the Good Feet store closest to you. 5 convenient Valley locations: Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, or Scottsdale. If you've got any of that, ankle pain, leg pain, knee pain, back pain, foot pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer. It's the hottest time of year. It's also the best time to take care of your body and make sure you're doing everything you can to feel your best. Doesn't matter if you just want to feel better when you're walking around the house or if you're putting 50 miles in every week. Get to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting. Totally free. Summer vacations are upon us. I want you to feel your best when you're on your feet. Enjoy summer to the fullest. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's vision care with adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye care, and ophthalmology services. Midwestern University Eye Institute's in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill.
I very much want the Diamondbacks to stay in downtown Phoenix and thrive. I'd like a World Series while I'm dreaming.
While the World Series currently seems unlikely, city leadership says a Chase Field Stadium deal is still in the works. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the News Center now with an update.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego tells the Mike Broomhead Show she was troubled by the original legislation.
I believe strongly we have a lot of needs right now, and to take money from uses like the Phoenix Fire Department to fund Diamondbacks, we really needed some caps and constraints and to recognize we have a lot of priorities.
She adds they're close to a fiscally responsible bill that includes more accountability and transparency about how public dollars are being spent. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And Governor Katie Hobbs saying today the Chase Field Stadium deal is being discussed in state budget negotiations.
And if these programs go away, it's going to hurt a lot of Arizonans.
That's Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly telling Arizona's Morning News why he'll be voting against President Trump's big, beautiful bill when it heads to the Senate floor. Kelly isn't the only one publicly opposing the proposed budget. Outgoing Doge leader Elon Musk posting on X, calling the bill a disgusting abomination that would greatly increase the nation's deficit. Senator Kelly tells Arizona's Morning News it might be a rare case of he and Musk actually seeing eye to eye.
Well, I think a blind squirrel can find a nut every so often, and I think that's the case here with Elon. So we do agree. I mean, abomination. It's bad policy.
Kelly specifically takes issue with the bill's cuts to social services like Medicaid while giving tax breaks to the wealthy. Capitol Hill's nonpartisan scorekeepers are out with their estimate of how much the one big, beautiful bill of tax cuts, Medicaid reforms, and border and military spending will add to future deficits.
The White House is dismissing the Congressional Budget Office estimate of the Republican bill, saying the CBO is, quote, not using a realistic current policy baseline to calculate its numbers. Trump Budget Director Russ Vought said in a social media post that the one big, beautiful bill reduces the deficit by $1.4 trillion over 10 years, despite the CBO saying it would increase the deficit by $2.4 billion over a decade. On Tuesday, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slammed the CBO as, quote, partisan and political, and said the White House was confident in its own economic analysis of the bill. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona teachers have the chance to win $1,000 this month while stocking up on classroom supplies.
The Four Peaks for Teachers program is offering free supply kits for teachers tomorrow with vouchers available at the chain's Tempe location. The program is giving out 1,000 kits, as well as the opportunity for you to nominate a teacher for one of 5 $1,000 grants. Since 2011, the program has given out more than $43,000 and 50,000 supply kits to local teachers. To learn more or nominate a teacher, go to fourpeaksforteachers.org. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Let's get back on those roads now. John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. We still have very heavy slowing heading into Tempe on the eastbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway. We had a crash a couple hours earlier. Just heard back from DPS. This crash is still under investigation, and it is blocking lanes, and that is why you're seeing the slowing heading into Tempe. Eastbound Loop 202, your stop-and-go slowing starts right at 40th Street. Also in the Southeast Valley, have a crash on the westbound Loop 202 Santan Freeway right near McQueen. We've got slowing right through the construction zone there, and a crash at 54th Street and Thomas, and a crash in Tempe this afternoon at Baseline and Hardy. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona's largest roofer. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clearing skies tonight down to 76. Sunshine tomorrow, high of 101. Mix of sun and clouds right now, 91 in Chandler. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. We just had a deadly wrong-way crash on a valley freeway, but they're becoming less frequent. So on the next Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask, have things been made safer, or are we just on a lucky streak lately?
Every day, right after news at 3:30, and a check on traffic with Roundabout Roller, we touch on the other big headlines, and we ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Chris, Hickman Farms, you're very familiar with it.
Yep.
They lost about 95% of their chickens in the state to avian flu, or
What do they do with them?
as we know, bird flu. You know what they do with them.
No, what do they do?
They off with their heads. I don't know that they go off
do?
with their heads. They kill them.
I know, but
They
how?
I don't know. Chris, don't ask questions like this.
Do they have like a chicken lethal injection?
Maybe. Something like that.
Okay.
Yep. I don't know what they do.
Then what do they do with the bodies?
Oh, bury them.
Think so?
I don't know.
I feel like that'd be good fertilizer.
The company, which is the Southwest's largest egg producer, again, Hickman Farms, expects several hundred layoffs and to largely halt operations for 2 years after the loss of about 6 million birds.
Wow.
That's a lot of birds.
Oh, my gosh.
I have a Joe question for you, Chris.
Yeah.
How long could you go without eating eggs before you craved them? And you do anything to get your hands on that tasty breakfast delight. So, like, how long could you go?
I do love eggs.
Uh-huh.
From my head down to my
toes,
legs. Come on, Joe. So,
sorry.
If there were no eggs, though, I would be okay without the breakfast sandwiches or without scrambled eggs, which I had eggs this morning.
There's eggs. I'm just saying there's eggs somewhere, though. I'm just curious how long you could go without them. If I made a bet with you.
I think the biggest problem would not be not having eggs for breakfast. It would be all of the other things that have eggs in it.
Good point.
You know, frostings and pastries and pancakes, waffles.
French toast.
French toast. Yeah, I mean, and that's just a few things. I mean, for Pete's sake, there's eggs in almost every baked item. So I think if we didn't have any eggs at all, we'd go, I didn't realize that had it. Oh, that's so good. I missed that thing. Oh, I missed that thing. Oh, I missed this. As far as how long could I go before I went crazy about not having eggs, I could go a long time without it. I do like them.
Do you think you could go 6 months without eggs?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. Would you pay me to do it? Because I'll do it.
No.
If you pay me.
No, you just...
Well, then I'm not going to sacrifice anything.
Well, you just said you could do it for 6 months, so no.
Well, I did hold off when eggs were incredibly high before. And as you and I have found, the egg whites that you buy in bulk at Costco actually stayed pretty cheap.
Well, I know your mother-in-law did not hold out, though. You told me
I need eggs.
She needed eggs.
I need eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah. She also said that bacon wasn't fatty because she cooked it all off.
Cooked all the
Ain't
fat
no
off.
fat in that bacon. I cook it. Yeah.
Interesting.
She's special.
What do you got over there?
I love her. According to the pet care website Rover, it can cost $34,000 to raise a dog over the course of 10 years, and those costs are rising.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Hey, guess how much it costs to repair a dog's ACL?
Oh, I bet you know.
About $7,500.
I was going to say $5,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the site, again, Rover, predicts that there's going to be a 7% increase in pet care expenses this year alone. Now, Joe, you harp on the idea of achieving the American dream means paring back your expectations. Should we just drop pet ownership from our wish list of things that we can have?
No.
Now, you already told us we should not want to have children.
No.
Yes,
Be
you
very
did.
clear with what I said, Chris.
You said if you want to have the American dream,
less kids. Or maybe sell a child.
Is what you said.
Yeah.
So you're thinking
fewer
pets?
Do you want Honest Joe or Silly Joe here?
Honest. I always want Honest Joe.
Okay. Well,
because you were being serious when you said stop having kids.
Fewer kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, definitely not two, maybe one. So yeah,
nothing says dream like don't dream.
I'm just being honest.
I know you are.
So when it comes to pets, I would say there are tons of pets out there. We've talked to the Humane Society here on the show. There are tons of pets out there that need adopting.
Yes.
But
it's $34,000.
That number seems inflated to me.
I don't know.
You think your dog cost you $34,000 with food and vet bills and everything? You mentioned the ACL, $7,500.
I can tell you that we spend.
I mean, if you take that,
I think it's easily. I'll bet it's $2,000 a year that we spend before she started having age-related problems.
Really?
Yeah, because her food's $100 a bag.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that's $1,200 right there.
Wow. Okay.
And now if we take that $1,200 and you go, okay, well, I got normal vet bills and the other kind of stuff. Plus, she kept attacking porcupines, so that didn't help. So yeah, I think it was probably $2,000 a year that we were spending. And again, this is $34,000 over the course of 10 years. That's $20,000.
Well,
and then she tears an ACL. We're at 27.
Yeah. Well, I've never had a dog tear an ACL. I know obviously that can happen.
Sure. And others, I've had 2 dogs that have had cancer, and just discovering that, not even treating it, discovering it is expensive.
Buddy, my cat had, I had one sudden onset kidney failure and had to put that cat down.
So that's expensive.
This one now, hyperthyroidism. They said they could do some procedure that was going to be about the cost of your dog's ACL to permanently fix that. I'm keeping her on meds because she's already 15-year-old cat.
Like $15,000 or another $5,000 is a lot.
What am I doing here?
All right.
No, I don't want to take people's dreams of taking care of Fluffles and Mr.
Puss
Rainbow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Meowpuss.
Okay.
Away.
Yeah.
So.
So keep the. Don't have kids, but have a dog.
How about buy the pet now, pay for it later?
With the Klarna.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you missed earlier in the show, that's what we said. We do it with the groceries, and now you can do it with your pets.
I guess.
Good plan. Okay.
I'm serious, though. I'm not taking people's cats and dogs away. That's,
that is so funny. They'd be like, I will tell you can have one child, but I don't want you to go without having a dog or a cat.
No.
I don't think you're the only one either. I think that's kind of reflective of how we are as a society. We actually go, don't you dare mess with the pets.
I think
kids, that's terrible. Don't mess with kids. But if you're messing with pets, there's really something wrong with you.
I think Gen Z cares a lot more about having a pet in general, too, than having a kid. A kid is looked at as a burden.
Yes.
A cat or dog is looked at as a companion.
Dogs are. Cats are a companion when they need you.
To some. But a kid, all a kid does is need. When's that kid going to provide?
What is the saying I heard this week? It was, a dog is there when you need them. A cat is there when they need you.
That's true.
Yeah.
If I'm going to do this your way, Chris, I'm going to say, of course, BuzzRead.
BuzzRead.
Hunger remains one of the most pressing challenges facing our community, but we can make a difference. Join KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos in supporting St. Mary's Food Bank through their fundraising campaign in the month of June. Text FOOD to 620-620 to donate. $1 provides how many meals, Chris?
$1 provides, I don't know, like there's an
5.
appetizer.
Good answer, Chris. 5 meals.
You're
$1.
kidding me.
No. So text FOOD to 620-620 to donate and be outspoken against hunger.
All
$1,
right.
5 meals.
That was your BuzzFeed.
That's right.
Radio host and super celebrity Mike Broomhead just got off a plane with 250 Arizona kids and a very important Arizonan in the nation's capital. You're going to find out what they're doing in the swamp next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. New data on Maricopa County evictions from last month showing landlords filed more than 7,000 of them, a 12% increase from April. Judge Anna Huberman oversees those cases, says many people want to pay rent but face challenges. She worries the problem will worsen due to dwindling funds for legal service and other help for tenants. A Glendale man sentenced to life in prison for the 2019 killing of his wife and 4-year-old daughter. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says 30-year-old Brandon Torres, who has a history of domestic abuse, will be behind bars until his death. Torres initially denied responsibility for the murder, later pleaded guilty to 1 count of first-degree murder and 1 count of manslaughter. All of our top stories coming up at 4 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on traffic now with John Roller. He is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Still have heavy slowing heading into Tempe. This all from a crash several hours earlier on the eastbound side of the Loop 202. This crash happened right near Priest and the Center Parkway, and also causing heavy slowing coming out of Sky Harbor on Sky Harbor Boulevard eastbound as folks try to merge on the eastbound 202. Your backup is all the way back to 40th Street. Also now have a crash on the inner loop. This is westbound I-10 on the west side of Sky Harbor. This is just south of Van Buren, south of the mini stack. And also that earlier crash in Chandler on the westbound Loop 202 Santan Freeway right at McQueen. That is cleared away, but we are still working that crash at Baseline and Hardy. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try a burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Was Doge a success or a gigantic failure? We're going to tackle that inside the War Room at 5 o'clock. Outspoken, Bruce and Gators.
Now, War Room's going to be a good one today, and Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gators. We're looking forward to that. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. And also, you'll find us on the YouTube channel where we stream live KTAR News YouTube channel. Mm-hmm. All right. Tomorrow on the program, Tempe is escalating their efforts to keep well-meaning citizens from helping the homeless. Their latest plan is going to make it illegal for churches to help the homeless without spending gobs of money from their Sunday offering plates.
What do you suppose the odds are that Tempe will work? What do you suppose the odds are that Tempe will ever work with the faith community to actually help the homeless issue? Turning down free help doesn't seem very responsible. Find out what they're doing on the next Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
We'll just clean that up and post-edit.
Yeah.
That'll work out really well. Joining us right now is a host of the Mike Broomhead Show and a well-traveled gent. Mike Broomhead from the Eastern Time Zone. Hey, man, you just got off a plane with 250 kids.
275 kids.
Oh, my. All right.
Yeah.
So tell me, for those that are unaware, what are you doing in D.C. with 275 kids and a very important, amazing Arizonan?
Well, the program's put by an organization called Close Up, and what they do is it's a civics education course. So all of these kids have been doing civics education, extra civics education, and then it ended with an essay contest. And then each school chose the winners from their school to go on this trip. So 275 kids from across the state of Arizona will be spending the next 3 days and 4 nights, 3 days, whatever it is, with intense training for civics, debate groups, learning how to create policy. We're going to tour the Capitol building. We're going to tour the Supreme Court building. It's really a cool, comprehensive trip on, it would be like a whirlwind education on civics.
And this is something that you're doing with Bidwell, right?
Yeah, Michael Bidwell and the Arizona Cardinals and Desert Financial jumped on board. We were on we flew here on the Cardinals team plane, the 777 that they take to the games, the away games. It is just world class. It was amazing.
Talking with Mike Broomhead, host of The Mike Broomhead Show right here on KTAR News, who's in D.C. right now with Michael Bidwell and 275 kids you mentioned. Mike, what are you looking forward to? I know you're going to be headed back to Arizona on Friday, but you've got a couple days there in D.C. What are you most looking forward to?
Well, actually, we're going to be here until Saturday morning.
Okay.
But yes, what I'm looking, I think my producer and voice on the show, news anchor, is Patricia Valencia. She's never been to D.C.
Mm-hmm.
So along with a few other people that are on this trip that have never been to D.C., I love seeing the expressions on their faces the first time they see the National Mall and the Capitol building. And so I think more than anything else, watching that kind of sense of awe when you see these things for the first time. And one of the things we're going to be doing is a nighttime tour of the monuments. So when they're all lit up, it is an incredible view of D.C., so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Talk to me a little bit about the send-off you had this morning. There were an awful lot of people there to say goodbye to you.
Yeah, so we had all the kids were there. Some of the parents, teachers were there. The governor came out to send the kids off. It was great. Big Red was there, Cardinals cheerleaders, everybody in the media in town was there. And it was kind of cool to hear, the governor of the state taking time out to talk about how important civics education is and send them off in really a nonpartisan, just go learn about your government way. It was pretty cool.
Mike, what are the big plans tonight? I mean, you're there. You just got off the plane. Is everybody going back to the hotel and taking a nap, or are you guys are you going out to check out one of those great D.C. steakhouses?
Here's what's happening. We've got a dinner planned. Congressman Juan Ciscomani from Southern Arizona is going to be the keynote speaker at a reception. So there is dinner tonight. As soon as we get there, we'll check in. We'll go to dinner. And then these kids are going into breakout sessions tonight for their first set of lessons tonight. They'll be doing that until probably 9 or 10 o'clock tonight.
Oh, that's a long day.
Are you going to be
I
going
won't
into
be.
those?
I'm going
to. Come on, Mike. You got to be in those breakout sessions.
Step up, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, got to get you in one of those sessions till 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. Get you learning your civics.
I love that they're packing that full.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yep. All right.
It's very cool.
Mike, tomorrow, you're on tomorrow, right? From D.C.?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing my show tomorrow from WTOP Studios. And so I'm going to be doing our show. I'll be doing the show there, but then I'll be joining the group after. If you guys follow us on social media, we've got a ton of stuff. Jeremy Schnell is here with us from our video department. He's going to be doing videography from everything we're doing. So we'll catch up with the group late in the afternoon, and we'll hook up with them for dinner and stuff, and we're going to be posting the stuff all weekend until Saturday morning.
Looking forward to it. Mike Broomhead live from Washington, D.C. tomorrow, along with Patricia Valencia is there with him, too. So pretty great stuff. Looking forward to it, Mike. Thank you so much. Joe,
thanks, boys.
Thank you, my friend. Joe Heisinger, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield, because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife that I want to see what it's going to cost to do it, because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something that I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
It's Gatos, and it's time to hire Arizona's #1 painter, Arizona Painting Company. In business 20-plus years in the Valley. Heck, I've been talking about them on KTAR for 20-plus years. Bonded, licensed, and insured. The painters, they've been with the company for over a decade. They don't want to go anywhere else. And guess what? When your house gets painted, they don't leave your property until you're 100% satisfied. Text the word PAINT to 620-620, and I'll send you the phone number from the Arizona Painting Company. These guys will come to your home and give you a free estimate if you mention Gatos. They buy the paint. They paint your home. Then they meticulously go over your home with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that you're 100% satisfied. They treat your home like it's their home. I've known these guys personally for so many years. I want you to hire them. Text the word PAINT to 620-620. I'll bounce a text back to you with their phone number and information that you need to know all about the Arizona Painting Company.
Message and data rates may apply.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Bill O'Neill. Detectives investigating an accidental shooting in South Phoenix that killed a 5-year-old girl. The child's 9-year-old brother accidentally firing a rifle inside of their home last night. Phoenix police say the gun belonged to their father, who now faces criminal charges. Authorities tell us the investigation continues there. Maricopa County has reported the first heat death of this year. KTAR's Ballin Overstols is live in the news center now to tell us more.
Yeah, Bill, the death is the result of heat-related injuries sustained in 2024, says Maricopa County Department of Public Health's Dr. Nick Staub. He adds,
this case really shows there can be delayed impacts from heat injuries that are sustained at one time and then having severe outcomes at another time.
And while this is the first confirmed heat death of the year, Dr. Staub says the county is investigating more than 60 other cases. Last year, there was a total of 608 confirmed heat deaths in Maricopa County, the first time that number went down year to year since 2014. However, it was still more than 40% higher than 2022 and years before. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstols, KTAR News.
Jordan Ott agreeing to a new multi-year deal to become the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Ron Wolfley with Wolf and Luke Show on our sister station Arizona Sports 98.7 FM says hiring an inexperienced coach does not raise the team's chances of improving next season.
Odds lessen when you hire a guy because he is a question mark, whether you want to admit it or not.
The hire comes after the Suns were the only NBA team with a coaching vacancy. That is until the New York Knicks this week dismissed their coach, Tom Thibodeau. An arrest has been made in an alleged accomplice, in the last month's bombing of a fertility clinic in Palm Springs, California.
32-year-old Daniel Park of Kent, Washington is accused of supplying hundreds of pounds of ammonium nitrate to the bomber who killed himself outside of the clinic last month. Prosecutors say Park and the bomber named Guy Bartkiss had similar extremist beliefs. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley saying those beliefs are against humans existing on Earth.
Pro-mortalist, anti-natalist, and anti-pro-life extremist ideology.
Park allegedly fled to Poland after the bombing, was arrested there and sent to the U.S. He's in New York waiting to be extradited to California. Alex Stone, EBC News.
I very much want the Diamondbacks to stay in downtown Phoenix and thrive. I'd like a World Series while I'm dreaming.
The Chase Field Stadium negotiations closer to a deal with more controls. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego tells the Mike Broomhead Show she would like to see a fiscally responsible bill.
And so I'm hopeful that before the legislature leaves that we can have a bill that keeps the Diamondbacks in place but has more transparency about public dollars and more accountability.
She explains the city has a lot of needs, taking money from public safety as a non-starter. Governor Hobbs saying today the Chase Field Stadium deal is being discussed in state budget negotiations. Recent poll from Noble Predictive Insights shows Arizona's views on election security. Mike Noble, the founder of Noble Predictive Insights, tells Arizona's Morning News election security prioritized by people despite possible tax increases, which it could require.
And it was interesting when we put the cost tag to it, we saw that support, though, still remained pretty strong overall among Republicans, Democrats, and independents about security features.
Other topics asked about include deportations and tariffs. More results of that poll, head to KTAR.com. At 4:03 now, let's head off to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Check in once again with John Roller.
Thank you very much, Bill. Good afternoon. We still have heavy slowing. We had a serious two-vehicle crash several hours ago on the eastbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway in the Tempe area, right by Priest, and DPS investigating this crash, and that means we still have heavy slowing starting at the 143, the Hohokam coming eastbound. Once you're past Priest, you are good to go. We also still have some slowing on the Interloop. Westbound I-10 had a crash just south of Washington, south of the mini stack, and that causes slowing as you come to the split. Westbound I-10, your slowing starts at 24th Street, and we also have some slowing this afternoon through the Broadway curve on the eastbound I-10 transitioning to the eastbound US 60. Had an earlier crash at McClintock. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clouds will continue to clear out tonight, down to 76 by morning. Sunshine and warmer tomorrow, a high of 101. Sunny on Friday, a high of 103. And even warmer on Saturday with the sunshine, a high of 106 degrees. Partly cloudy skies. It is breezy out there right now. 92 degrees in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce at Gatos. First hour of the show.
A lot of people will tell you the first hour is the best hour.
Oh, well.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, though, today.
That's the second hour. We got the War Room.
Yeah.
A political, what the hell are we calling it?
Symposium.
Thank you very much. Political symposium. We've got a great panel. We've got a lot of stuff to go through. ICE dressing up as utility workers to arrest illegal immigrants. Is that going too far? We'll talk about the Boulder terror attack.
Got to.
We've got Pride Month that we're going to discuss on the War Room.
Okay.
And Elon Musk says, to Trump's a big, beautiful bill is a disaster.
An abomination.
An abomination. All right.
Yeah.
So the War Room coming up at 5.
Say the least. Gatos, it's like another day and another one of these stories you don't want to talk about. Bill O'Neill led his news with it, and I just find it infuriating on top of the tragedy. A 5-year-old little girl is dead after she was reportedly shot by her 9-year-old brother because Dad left a gun lying around the house.
Yeah, Tuesday night, South Phoenix.
Originally, police said they got a call to a stabbing. They found the girl suffering from a gunshot wound. She later died of her injuries. You ready to pile on to this?
Yeah.
So the gun used in this shooting belonged to the children's father. He is in jail, not because he left a gun lying around the house and the 9-year-old shot and killed the 5-year-old daughter, but because he's prohibited from owning a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a criminal record of some sort. So he is a prohibited possessor. Still, not only had the firearm, but left it out, at least accessible, to a 9-year-old boy.
Yeah, you can call him a father. I'm not going to call him a father. A father or a mother, we all know, your #1 job is to protect your children. That's it. That's your job. That's on top. That's #1. You've got to protect your children. And what this guy did, whether he left the gun out on the coffee table or he didn't lock it up, what he has done is he murdered his kid by leaving the gun out. And now you've got this 9-year-old brother. I mean, how do you live with that?
I was going to say there's a level of trauma that this little boy is going to go through also that I can't imagine.
No, I can't imagine. 5-year-old girl's dead. 9-year-old has to live with the fact that he shot and killed his sister by accident.
According to police, there were several people in the home when the shooting happened. So there were multiple adults.
Okay. Well, let's throw them all in jail then, possibly.
And I was going to say, at what point do people have the responsibility around here?
Well, Dad's going to jail. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but he's not going to jail because he left a gun lying around. He's going to jail because he wasn't supposed to have a gun to begin with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can talk about the unfortunate situations that happen to children here in Arizona with, some people leave their guns laying around. We've talked about this before. Even though, by the way, and I say this all the time, and I really do mean it, and you're a gun owner, Bruce, we've got great gun owners here in Arizona. We've just got terrific gun owners who teach their kids the rights and the wrongs, and they lock their guns up, and this guy decided he wasn't going to do that, but...
I just got a new gun safe, so I could properly lock guns up. Right. I live by myself.
I know.
I still, I want to be smart about it.
Kids die from gunshot wounds. It's the #1 killer for kids in America.
Number one cause of death from
children.
4 months to 17 is guns.
Right. We see kids dying in hot cars, and we see kids dying in pools. Listen, if you want it, we'll go down the list here. If a kid dies in a pool, like you ask the questions, did mom and dad do everything they could to make sure that the child doesn't get near the pool? Do you have a fence?
They have the fence. Did they have the self-closing doors? Were they watching their kids in the pool? Right.
Because sometimes a kid gets out, and it happens. You know, a kid gets out and drowns, even with a pool fence. And then you have to ask the question, well, are we going to do something to mom and dad? And the answer there is most likely no, because they did, in fact, try and protect their child with the locked doors, with the fence, but still some kids get out and unfortunately drown. So that's where you wouldn't send mom or dad to jail. Let's go to hot cars. We talked about this a million times. Well, we had one guy in Arizona leave his daughter in a hot car on purpose last year.
So he could go play video games inside.
Well, that guy should rot.
Well, he's in Hawaii on vacation.
He is, with the rest of his family. Oh, my God. But what do you do if it's an accident and you leave your kid in a hot car and it's an accident, and that's not, I guess it's negligence, but it's
I don't know
an
how
accident.
you prove, how do you prove mindset at the time? Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It seems like a pretty fine line. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, this one that we're talking about, a young girl killed after her brother accidentally shot her, this is an easy one. Dad goes to jail for this. I mean,
but what about the other adults in the house?
I want to know who they are. I don't know who they are. Where's mom?
Phoenix police says they're going to release some more information, hopefully later today, so we can learn more about this.
But ultimately, it's dad.
It was his gun.
You can have 10 people in the house, man. If they don't know that dad has a gun, or they don't know
sitting in the closet or leaning up against the wall somewhere, right?
They have no idea. They have no idea. So, I mean, it's definitely the father who's going to, and you know, we are seeing, you know, some of these parents who have allowed their kids to have a gun at an early age, and then they go and they shoot up a school
or do something crazy,
well, what do we
or
see
hurt
now?
themselves.
What do we see now? We're seeing those parents go to jail. Good.
As well we should.
As well we should.
Yeah. If you're contributing, if you're being negligent,
right?
You know, for me, if the child dies, we have to look at what happened prior to that and make a determination of the parent's liability.
Right. Yeah.
It's never zero.
No.
Okay. It's never zero, but there is a tipping point when you go, you know what? That's criminal.
Yeah.
That's past just, oh, gee, I forgot or I made a mistake. And this, sadly, I mean, we keep getting back to it. The ages are the things that stick you in the heart.
Yeah.
When you think of a 5-year-old girl shot with a rifle by her 9-year-old brother, who obviously, I say obviously, probably did not fully understand. You know what I'm saying?
No.
At 9?
No. I'm looking at a picture of her. She's just the cutest little thing.
Darling little girl.
I don't know. This looks like it may have been taken on Easter. It looks like she's got an Easter basket, a pink Easter basket, and she's got blue and pink bows in her hair. She's beautiful. Well.
And she's gone. Because of the negligence of at least her father as of now, and Phoenix police are investigating and to find out if there's other people that are culpable in this.
It's just awful. Some kids just have no chance because their parents are worthless. And by the way, this man is worthless. You don't leave a gun hanging around the house. There is a reason he wasn't allowed to have a gun.
I'm going to assume
we're going to go into that.
He's a prohibited possessor because of some sort of criminal record.
Right. So you did something wrong to become a criminal. Then you did something wrong again.
Broke the law again by having a gun.
By buying the gun somewhere.
Yeah.
And then you did something wrong a third time by letting it.
Leaving it around.
Hang around the house.
At least accessible to the little boy.
Great job, Dad.
Yeah. Really frustrating.
Great job.
We've got a check of the headlines on the way. A reminder, we have the War Room coming up at 5 o'clock, say 45 minutes from now. But next up, the Suns have a new coach.
I don't know who this guy is.
Literally never heard of him in my life.
I can't. I don't even. You know what? I wrote his name down.
Okay.
I forgot it already.
Already forgot it.
Forgot it already.
Is this what the Suns need to turn this ship around?
A no-name coach?
That was kind of the tease.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we know the answer.
Yeah, that's no.
Well, we're about to find out. We're going to talk about it. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:17, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. Governor Katie Hobbs says the legislature will remain in session until a bipartisan budget is approved. She says she's focused on fulfilling the needs of Arizonans right now, but says some programs may be cut.
But the reality is that we don't have the funds to backfill the level of cuts that we're looking at. And so we're moving forward with what's in front of us right now.
Federal judge ordering the government to immediately halt deportation proceedings against the wife and 5 children of a man charged in the firebombing attack in Boulder, Colorado, responding to what the judge calls an urgent situation to ensure the protection of the family's constitutional rights. Those family members have not been charged in the attack on a group of demonstrators who are demonstrating for the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza. All of our top stories coming up at 4:30. More news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on the roads with John Roller live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. New crash in the East Valley, southbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway. This crash is off to the left against the median wall, lean to the right, but this is right as you approach McDowell. And we've got slowing for about a half mile coming southbound on the 101, and we still see heavy slowing heading into Tempe this afternoon. Eastbound Loop 202 have a crash right near Priest Center Parkway and a crash on the westbound I-10. The inner loop right near Jefferson. That's on the west side of Sky Harbor, just south of the mini stack. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Bruce St. James at Mesa AMC Theater June 14th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. I guess it really depends on what angle you come from. But your Phoenix Suns have a new head coach, and I already forgot his name. I don't know. Hold on a minute. Where it is. It's somewhere around here. Apparently, he worked for the Cleveland Cavaliers at one point.
Jordan something.
Ott.
Jordan Ott.
That's right. Joining us right now to talk about this, he's Phoenix Suns reporter, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night.
I like that show, by the way. I'm a fan.
Fantastic show. Kellen Olson joins us. Kellen, first off, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Hello.
Are we out of line because we've never heard of this guy?
Right? Oh, my
From your perspective, I don't think so. It's not so much that it's an out-of-the-box hire necessarily, and that it's a first-time head coach. And whenever you target a first-time head coach and hire a first-time head coach, you're going to get a name that no one has really ever heard of before outside of the everyday basketball lexicon. The names that they interviewed, I only was familiar with a couple of them, and I cover basketball every single day. So, no, you guys are fine.
So I'm a Suns fan. I was embarrassed by this team last year. I think that they dogged it on the court. They didn't want to play defense. I don't think they cared.
That's not an argument.
It's not an argument.
Again, they didn't play defense. That's not an argument.
So, Kellen, as a Suns fan, why should I be excited about this guy, Jordan Ott? Why should I be excited?
Well, he has a big development or player development, background, and they are going to need to bring in someone, and did bring in someone who has a lot of experience getting the best out of players. Evan Mobley is an all-star, all-NBA Defensive Player of the Year player for Cleveland, and Ott's day-to-day responsibility with the Cavaliers revolved around a few things, and one of them was working with Mobley every single day. So we've seen a direct link to how successful he has been in that department, and he's worked in it for over a decade now. He's qualified, but to your point on not knowing his name and him not being established at all, we saw the problem for two far more heralded, far more respected, far more tenured head coaches with championship experience who were not able to connect to the locker room and get them to play a style of play and get them to defend in what you're saying. And the question is he the guy that is going to be able to do it? That's where it starts for whoever was going to get this job.
I have a question.
Bruce, ask the question. You don't have to say I have a question.
I raised my hand. I see Kellen on the screen.
You don't have to raise your hand. You got 50% of the show. Just ask.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Just ask it. Okay. He's coming from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Should I read anything into that with Matt Ishbia's background? Is this somebody that he knew? You see what I'm saying? Is there some sort of previous relationship? Has he always been on the radar?
So there's no previous relationship, but what you're alluding to is that he worked at Michigan State, was a video coordinator, student manager on the Michigan State basketball team for 5 years. It wasn't when Ishbia was there. It wasn't when the general manager, the new GM, Brian Gregory, was there. But the concern that you're talking about has really taken a new form today with the fan base, because Brian Gregory was someone hired a couple of weeks ago who had little to really no experience working in an NBA front office, working in a front office in general. Not only that, he was promoted extremely. I don't know what his title was, but he wasn't assistant GM. He wasn't director of whatever. He was a couple spots down the totem pole. And despite that, and despite everything that you guys are saying about the lack of quality of play last year and the extremely disappointing seasons, he got promoted internally to that degree. And part of the reason why, and Gregory said as much, is because he's very close with Ishbia. He actually coached him back in Michigan State 25 years ago.
Oh, goodness.
So whenever there is a Michigan State link or a Michigan link in general, the antennas are up and fans start to get a little bit nervous. So guys, when this list came out about 4 weeks ago of all the names, every fan went, oh, it's going to be Jordan Ott because he went to Michigan State. And it is now Jordan Ott. It's not only because he went to Michigan State, but you have to think here there is a trend of finding similar-minded, agreeable people in these positions, and it is concerning.
Something named Jordan Ott is the new coach of the Suns. We're joined by our buddy Kellen.
Now you're being mean.
That's just mean. I'm with you, Kellen.
Come
That's
on.
just mean.
Come on, have you not heard the show, Kellen, for crying out loud?
Jordan's probably listening.
Yes, and you need to be nice.
All right,
Be nice.
I will be nice. I'm trying to become more friendly with billionaires, Kellen. So I'd like to be Matt Ishbia's buddy.
Okay.
But in saying that, does he need to butt out more?
Ooh.
Because now he says he's going to become more involved in the Suns basketball operations. Shouldn't he leave it up to the experts?
Yeah, apparently you were in some sort of group chat, Kellen, and got some internal memo.
No group chat, but I received a letter from the Suns, from a team source, in which it is detailed by Ishbia to his basketball operations staff how there is going to be a level of accountability that they are now going to be holding. They're entering this new era. Here's Gregory as the GM. Here's Jordan Ott as the coach. And part of that letter, and what you can read on ArizonaSports.com, is that he is going to be far more involved now, especially on the basketball operations side. That is something, guys, where fans are already reading that and are skeptical as it is, because as we know, Ishbia the last 2 years had the reputation as someone who was already involved enough as it is. And there's mixed messaging here, because the central theme of the letter is accountability. And what you've got here is Ishbia beginning the letter by taking accountability for how incredibly disappointing these last 2 seasons were, but at the same time saying that wasn't really a Matt Ishbia production. I was just doing what everyone thought you're supposed to do as an owner. Now this will be a Matt Ishbia production, and you're about to see what the results of that are. At the same time, he was the guy who was largely credited with getting the Kevin Durant trade done.
Right.
So there's some contradictions in there as well. And I think the bottom line is, guys, that he entered this position becoming owner of the Suns with so much good faith, because whoever was going to replace Robert Sarver was going to be trusted and valued in such a great
Without a
way.
doubt.
And he's lost a lot of that good faith among the fan base, and I think rightfully so, unfortunately, for the team, its fans, the organization, and everyone else involved.
I don't like Kevin Durant either. I don't like that either.
Be nice.
I like Kevin. Come on. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Yeah. Kellen, appreciate your time.
Thanks,
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kellen.
You can
Thanks,
read,
guys. See ya.
Yeah, you can go to ArizonaSports.com and you can read more about this letter, internal memo that went out where Matt Ishbia says, if you thought I was involved in the past, just wait. Just wait.
Well, Kellen knows more about basketball than most people I've ever met.
He's forgotten more than I'll ever know.
I'm not excited. I don't think you can be excited.
It's tough to get excited.
Nobody knows this guy. Doesn't mean he's not.
He may turn out to be brilliant.
Hey, and let's hope
Hall of
that's
Famer.
the case.
Don't know.
I have no idea. Not excited.
Coming up next, do you secretly blame your parents for things they did or didn't do during your childhood? We got a list. We've got the 10 things that millennials are blaming you for. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
This is surreal for me. Someone from my youth. I'm talking with the one and only Young MC.
Download Amazing Arizonans before you hit the road this summer.
Former Maricopa County Supervisor Clint Hickman. Arizona Sports Authority Jody Jackson.
Download Amazing Arizonans for your summer road trips wherever you get your podcasts, or check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Hey, you got to get a Connecticut system. That is a must. If you own a home here in the Valley, it is time for you to upgrade your water. You can't drink the Arizona water. It's putrid. So if you don't drink the Arizona water, out of the tap, what do? Well, now you got to buy bottled water. That's super expensive. It's overpriced. Basically, it's tap water, cold, and they tell you, it tastes. No, it doesn't taste that great. So what you do is you call Connecticut. 602-910-6570. You tell them Gato sent you. Here's what they're going to do for you. They will come to your house for free. They will test your water in front of your very eyes. They'll show you how dirty it is. They'll show you what's in it. You're not going to like what's in it. There's some dangerous stuff in Arizona's water. You're not going to like what they tell you about what is in your water. But then they'll tell you something good and what a Connecticut system can do for you and your family. 602-910-6570. You can also visit them at aquazona.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like, from paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at hometap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's hometap.com.
Jamie West here with Chuck, one of the extraordinary residents at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. So what made you choose Beatitudes?
Several that we looked at. Beatitudes was the obvious winner. It was just a very warm and friendly place. It's a wonderful gift to give to your family to know that mom and dad are going to be well cared for. Everybody is caring. Can't say enough positive about it.
Find out how you can live boldly and brightly at beatitudescampus.org.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money.
That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
You know, it's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Don doesn't want to spend it painting, so he called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:33. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill.
A KTAR News exclusive.
You heard it here on Arizona's Morning News on KTAR earlier today.
Well, I think a blind squirrel can find a nut every so often, so we do agree. It's bad policy.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly actually finding some common ground with one of President Donald Trump's strongest supporters.
On his social media platform X, Elon Musk calls the bill a disgusting abomination. The former Doge leader alleging the proposed budget would add $2.5 trillion to the national debt. While Musk's public criticism is new, that hasn't been the case for Arizona's senior U.S. Senator Mark Kelly. He tells Arizona's Morning News the bill would cut funding for social services while providing tax breaks for the wealthy.
The worst part about it is the people that I have met across the state who, just have such compelling stories about how they rely on Medicaid and they rely on SNAP to feed their kids. And if these programs go away, it's going to hurt a lot of Arizonans.
The proposed budget will head to the Senate floor this week. If the bill is rejected or changed, it will head back to the House for a vote. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk continues to urge opposition to that one big, beautiful bill that would expand the Trump tax cuts, make major changes to the Medicaid program for the poor, and boost spending on the border and the military.
Having already called the bill a disgusting abomination, Elon Musk is now urging Americans to call their members of Congress to kill it. He writes, "We need a new bill that doesn't grow the deficit." House Speaker Mike Johnson tells reporters,
"We don't have time for a brand new bill."
Johnson argues Congress must act to prevent the 2017 tax cuts from expiring. The White House rejects the Congressional Budget Office's view that those tax cuts would be a major driver of future deficits. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
First direct flight from Phoenix to Asia expected to be a major boost for the Valley's growing semiconductor industry. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center to explain why.
Non-stop flights from Phoenix to Taiwan will begin early next year. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego tells the Mike Broomhead Show the new flights will support Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company's supply chain here in Phoenix.
Right now, many of the things that TSMC needs to make their products come in they fly into Los Angeles and then get trucked here.
Gallego adds, we can't let disruptions in Los Angeles slow down chip manufacturing in the Valley. She says Sky Harbor is Arizona's biggest economic generator, pulling in $44 billion a year. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Maricopa County reporting its first heat death of the year. The county health department's Dr. Nick Staub says it's from a 2024 heat-related injury. He avoids specific details to protect the deceased person's privacy, but adds the case shows the prolonged effects of a heat injury.
Where someone has an injury and then there is life-sustaining support to, help that individual try and recover, and many times they cannot.
The county investigating more than 60 other potential heat death cases. And now let's head on to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. A look at those roads with John Roller.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. The slowing on the southbound 101 in the Scottsdale area had an earlier crash right near McDowell. That has cleared away. You still have some leftover slowing starting back at Via de Ventura, heading southbound on the 101, and still seeing heavy slowing heading on the eastbound loop 202. The Red Mountain Freeway has been that way for the last couple hours, all due to a serious crash right near Center Parkway there, and that looks to be in the clearing stages, but you still have stop and go slowing all the way back to the 101 Holcomb Freeway as you head eastbound on the 202. And also a crash southbound loop 101, the Pima Freeway right near McDowell. That is cleared away, but the eastbound loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway still slowing back to the 143. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try a burrito box today, 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolina's.mexicanfood.com/KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clearing skies overnight, 76 degrees. By morning, sunshine tomorrow, a high of 101. 91 right now in Peoria. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. We just had a deadly wrong-way crash on a valley freeway, but they're becoming less frequent. So on the next Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask, have things been made safer, or are we just on a lucky streak lately?
Hey, quick reminder, we're outspoken against hunger this summer. We want to make sure that kids are not going without meals, God forbid, going to bed hungry at night. So we've partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank to make sure that doesn't happen. You can donate, and you can put a meal in front of a kid right now by texting the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620. So I asked you this question earlier, and I was a little surprised you couldn't come up with anything.
Yeah.
I got a list, and I was reading an article about things that millennials blame their parents for, even if they won't say it out loud.
Right.
And I was trying to think, I go, is there anything that you kind of blame your parents for? Mom, Dad, I wish you would have done blank. I wish you wouldn't have done such and such.
No.
Really?
No, I had it good, man. I really did. I had two parents who were always there, two sets of grandparents that were always there.
Wow.
We ate dinner together every single night. Listen, nothing was perfect. I mean, I don't want to put that out there that,
but I mean, just that alone.
Yeah.
What used to be the normal family is abnormal.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and in thinking about it, do I look back and say, I wish my dad had done that, my mom had done this? I have nothing.
Really?
No, even stuff that didn't work out, you got to go through stuff like that. But I just feel that I was just very fortunate.
So the millennials out there are apparently carrying some resentment for things that happened about 20 years ago.
They are. Some of them are pretty valid.
I agree.
Yeah.
Near the top of the list is downplaying mental health. You didn't talk about it 20 years ago. You certainly didn't give credit or think that a child could have an issue with mental health.
I don't know if I like the wording, downplaying mental health. I think that we didn't know a lot about it.
Okay.
Or didn't understand a lot about it. Because I always say, if you've never had anxiety, you'll never understand. And, if you've never had depression, you really have, you're not going to understand if somebody just tells you something about it. And so I just think that it was too early in the game for a lot of parents who didn't know that their kid was anxious, and I hate to say it, but back then it's just like, all right, we'll get over it.
They're just different.
Yeah, I mean, no, you just don't. You don't.
They're a late bloomer.
No, you don't get over it.
They're whatever. You know what I'm saying? We came up with excuses.
Yeah, so I don't know if parents then ignored it or downplayed it. I think that they just we all didn't understand.
I think this next thing,
all right,
is something that transcends generations. Not talking about money.
You have to.
Parents not having that kind of a conversation around children, explaining finances. I use the term financial literacy. You've heard that before.
Right.
I certainly can look at my parents and go, dude, seriously, couldn't we have had some conversations about this?
Yeah.
Could have avoided a lot of mistakes along the way.
Unless your parents stink with money.
Well, there is that. I mean, maybe it would have gotten worse. I hadn't thought of it like that.
I mean, we talked to our kids about money.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like, hey, here's my salary at KTAR. It wasn't that.
No.
It was how do you spend your money wisely? How do you save your money wisely? We tried to teach them a little bit about the stock market because that's super important. That's how you're going to really make money in this world, I think. And so we had good conversations about money.
Yeah.
When I was a kid and when my wife and I would talk at the dinner table with the kids. We would talk about money.
But, that's a really tough topic for a lot of people to talk about, to say the least.
It shouldn't be, though. I don't think it should be.
You say that, but boy, people get a little queasy around there. Yeah. Hey, coming up in 15 minutes or so, we've got the War Room, a political symposium, if you will.
I think we got one of our guests.
He's already.
Let's not say who it is, but he is rocking a lid.
That is a shot chapeau.
That is some hat.
That is something else.
That is a fashionista right there.
You're going to want to go to the YouTube channel and catch that. All right, the KTAR YouTube channel will have all of that.
Yeah, War Room at 5. Up next, why are so many Arizona kids going to bed hungry this summer? That is not a good thing, and we got to do something about it next.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to get with the program. Summer is here. Temperatures are up. You want to sit by the pool. You want to look good. You want to go hit the beach. Hey, you want to look good. So what do? You can slim down for summer. You trust the doctors there, right? Red Mountain Weight Loss. They have brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound, and there are no shortages. Listen, I was talking about my trip, right, to Ireland and Scotland. I took a couple weeks off. We went over there. Well, what did I do? I ate everything. So I gained weight. I gained like 8-9 pounds. So I'm going back to Red Mountain Weight Loss, and I'm just going to get a reset. And I believe I'm going to knock these 8-9 pounds off like nothing. But you can't do it alone. You need help. And so for over 30 years, Red Mountain's the trusted leader in medical weight loss. So go check them out at redmountainweightloss.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey,
it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Attention high schoolers, let's collab this summer with free summer school at Primavera Online. We're offering summer sessions in June and July where students can catch up, get ahead, and have a great summer. Our summer courses are accredited, flexible, can be taken anywhere, and are only 4 weeks long. Plus, there's 24/7 support from Lexi, our friendly and helpful AI chatbot. Primavera is now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 to 12. Enroll today at freesummerschool.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. The Phoenix Suns hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their head coach, opting for a young emerging leader to rebuild a franchise that has regressed over the past few seasons. Ott will be the team's fourth head coach in 4 years, replaces Mike Budenholzer, who was fired following a 36-46 season that ended without a trip to the playoffs. A Scottsdale property management company facing a state lawsuit for allegedly denying a fair housing request. Attorney General Chris Mays says Frame Properties violated the Arizona Fair Housing Act by refusing to allow a disabled tenant to pay rent on the third of the month without penalty, even though her Social Security payments usually arrive after the first of the month. All of our top stories coming up at 5 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on the roads with John Roller live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. A little bit of good news. That heavy backup coming eastbound on the 202 out of the downtown area into Tempe. That crash has cleared away, so that backup looking much better. Just pretty normal drive time this time of day. Your slowing will start at the 143, but once you get through Center Parkway there, you are good to go. Same thing with that crash on the inner loop westbound I-10, just north of Sky Harbor. That crash is in the clearing stages and off to the right. And we did get rid of that crash in Scottsdale, southbound Loop 101, right near McDowell Road. Still moderate slowing from Via de Ventura down to McDowell. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Pablo, the producer. The Mike Broomhead Show is on the road. A special live broadcast from our nation's capital. The Mike Broomhead Show, live from Washington, D.C., tomorrow at 8.
Pablo nailed it.
Totally nailed it.
Totally nailed
Guy's a professional.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, Broomhead's with the Cardinals out in D.C.
Yeah, they're doing a big civic engagement thing. Took a whole bunch of kids out.
He's going to pop on the show in the next few days.
Okay, deal. We'll do that. Yeah. Hey, we are outspoken against hunger. This summer, we are doing our best to make sure that families, and especially kids, aren't going to bed hungry. Why is summer a bigger challenge? A couple of reasons. We know from the numbers at St. Mary's Food Bank, there's fewer people in the valley, and so donations go down. But the need goes up because many kids here in the valley get a breakfast and lunch at school. Yeah. Summer months, they're not getting that. And sadly...
Can you imagine waiting for your first meal to be dinner time?
To be dinner. No.
That's horrific.
And you and I have said, and we're lucky. I never worried about where my next meal was coming from.
Yeah.
I never went to bed hungry unless I just refused to eat the green beans, and that happened a couple times.
It's understandable.
I was on principle alone. But we know there are a lot of kids that are going hungry, and we're trying to do something about it.
Yeah, 1 in 5 kids in Arizona are food insecure. They don't know where their next meal will come from. So we've decided we've done this every summer for the last few years. And so we're partnering with St. Mary's, and we're going to ask you to donate. We're going to ask you to give breakfast to a kid. I mean, that's really what we're talking. How many breakfasts or lunches, can you afford to give to a child is the question.
And, the way it works out, the way and St. Mary's Food Bank does an amazing job of stretching those dollars.
Right.
You want to talk about efficiency. Every dollar provides 5 meals.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay?
Yeah.
So think about that when you're donating.
Who's got $100?
Yeah.
Right?
Don't make me do the math,
Who's
but it's a lot of meals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of meals. And all we ask is you give what you can. You give what's in your heart. You give what's in your family's budget. And just text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620.
So this is a problem we have with feeding children. And it is a problem that is absolutely solvable. We can easily solve this in the next 25 days.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes from your donation. We can solve this. A kid can wake up in the morning in summer. Remember how fun that was? You don't have to go to school. Okay. Well, can you imagine, be a kid again. Can you imagine waking up in your old room and the next meal you get is dinner?
Yeah.
That we are not letting that happen here. That is not something that's happening on our watch. We're gonna need some cash. We're gonna need some big time money.
Yeah.
What is it, $40,000 or something we're looking at?
Our goal is $40,000, and that provides 200,000 meals. Now you may say, well, that must feed up. Yeah, that's just going to get us through the next couple of months.
They go
just
fast.
To be clear, and you and I have both been down to St. Mary's, and the line starts in the morning.
Yeah,
and it's 4 cars across. I think it's 4 lanes. It snakes all the way around this building, and the cars are packed with people. And there's those kids in those cars.
Volunteers pack every one of the meals in the early morning, the day prior, and it's time to feed people. Nobody should go without a meal. Absolutely nobody should go without a meal. So all you have to do is, just text the word food to 620-620. Give your donation. We're not going to be doing this forever. So when you hear something like this, I always said the best thing to do is just do it now. Do it now. Even get your kids involved. I always think that's a great thing. If you have young
Helping
kids.
others, yeah.
Say, listen, you know what we're going to do? You're not going to school. We're going to help others. You want to feed some kids? Let's do that. How much should we give? And get the kids involved in it.
Well, and as I mentioned a little bit ago, I credit St. Mary's Food Bank for being smart with your money. When you donate to them, they are going to stretch it.
Yeah.
They are going to do amazing things with those donations. And this isn't a place with a bunch of overhead and fat cats running. No. The money goes to feed people. The money goes to feed kids.
And the money goes to feed Arizonans.
Yeah,
Only
right
Arizonans.
here. Stays right here in our...
Doesn't go anywhere else.
Yeah.
All right, text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. We are outspoken against hunger as we partner with St. Mary's in the month of June, and we need your donations, and we need to get some meals to some kids.
Thank you, guys. Thank you ahead of time. Hey, coming up next, we've got the War Room, a political symposium, if you will. And we're going to kick things off with our panel with why does ICE need a costume to arrest illegal immigrants? We're talking about it next inside the War Room right here on KTAR.
All right, you know what? It's kind of a buyer's market out there right now. If you look around and you're thinking, I want to purchase a house, it is a buyer's market. Well, why is that? Well, there's a lot of vacant homes that are sitting in the valley ready to be bought. And what we're also seeing is some of these prices for homes going down just a bit. And that is good news for you. Maybe you waited a long time and you're trying to time the market, or you're trying to figure out when can I. Now's good. Here's my advice. Call the One Mortgage team. By calling them, you don't have to buy a house. You don't have to figure all that out right away. What you have to figure out is when you call the One Mortgage team, ask them any question that you want, because they're there to make your life easy. They're there to get you that mortgage. They're there to pre-approve you for a mortgage. Now, after you get pre-approved, you can go and search for a home and decide if you want to then buy a home. But you can't do that until you get pre-approved. So go with the Lund Mortgage team. You know, there are a lot of homes out there now. We couldn't say that earlier. This is a good time for you to look for a house. 623-875-9940. Tell the Lund Mortgage team Gato sent you.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The first symptom in 30% of all heart attacks is sudden death.
But what if you don't have to die from the silent killer? Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. You can do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
It's one thing to suffer from allergies as an adult, but it's really tough on kids. Sniffles, stuffy nose, yuck. And then you feel bad because you forgot to give them their allergy meds. All of that can be a thing of the past, thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus. They've helped thousands, including children, with their kid-friendly allergy testing and pain-free allergy drops. Schedule your appointment today while the kids are out of school. Go to aspireallergy.com. That's aspireallergy.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. We are learning more about an accidental shooting in a South Phoenix neighborhood that left a 5-year-old dead last night. Police say the victim's 9-year-old brother accidentally shot his sister inside of their home. The rifle used in the shooting belonging to the victim's father, Irvin Ramos Jimenez, who was later arrested for possessing a weapon while being prohibited to do so. A father suspected of killing his 3 school-aged daughters near a Washington State campground is on the run. The public has been warned that 32-year-old Travis Decker could be armed and does have military training.
The bodies of 5-year-old Olivia, 8-year-old Evelyn, and 9-year-old Peyton were found Monday in a wooded area near a campground. All 3 believed to have been suffocated by their father, who was with them on a scheduled visitation approved by the court. Decker's truck was found nearby, but he was gone.
That's ABC's Zareen Shaw reporting. Maricopa County reporting the year's first heat death this summer nears. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
It marks the beginning of a deadly season, especially for people living on the streets and seniors. Dr. Nick Staub at the Maricopa County Department of Public Health explains.
The injury occurred during the prior summer. It does really call attention to who is at highest risk in our community, as well as the fact that everyone needs to have a plan for how to stay safe in the heat.
In the last 2 years, both saw more than 600 heat deaths each, but a 2024 county health report did also show the first reduction in 10 years. Right now, there's more than 60 heat death cases under investigation, and Dr. Nick Staub emphasizes heat deaths are preventable deaths. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
We are offering these 2 desert-adapted trees for eligible SRP electric customers.
SRP giving away 2 free shade trees for residential electric customers to help shade and cool your home. Community strategist Tanya Hughes tells KTAR all you have to do is attend one of their 3 webinars to learn which trees would be most efficient on your property.
The goal is to help customers reduce cooling costs, improve air quality, and beautify their homes, all while conserving water.
Hughes adds shade trees around your home can reduce energy use by up to 25%. You can go to srpnet.com/shade trees to sign up. Phoenix Suns have apparently found their new head coach, the team agreeing to a 4-year deal with Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott. Luke Lipinski with the Wolf and Luke show on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM says this new hire should not have come as a surprise to Suns fans.
This was predictable from day one, and that's a problem.
Luke and Wolf add that the hiring of an inexperienced coach won't matter if Jordan Ott leads the team to more wins than what we saw last season. Attorney General Chris Mays taking legal action over alleged housing discrimination from a Scottsdale-based real estate group. The lawsuit says Frame Properties violated the Arizona Fair Housing Act by denying a disabled tenant's request to pay rent on the 3rd day of each month instead of the 1st after her Social Security check arrives. Frame Properties would not accept her accommodation proposal without requiring the tenant to pay an additional fee. A federal judge blocking the deportation of the Boulder, Colorado firebombing suspect's family this afternoon, scheduling a hearing for later this month to hear the case.
We know that investigators were looking into whether or not any of these family members knew about this attack ahead of time, if they were aware of it, if they had maybe participated in it, even though the affidavit of all these charges for the suspect, they say he told investigators that no one knew what he was going to carry out. Still, federal officials had said that they were going to try to make this deportation happen quickly.
That's ABC's Trevor Ault. Let's head off to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now. Another look at those roads with John Roller.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bill. Seeing some slowing now starting to develop right at the North Stack coming southbound on the I-17 transitioning to the westbound Loop 101. We also have a new crash at the westbound I-10 coming out of the Ahwatukee area right at the Warner Road on-ramp. Also a crash 67th Avenue and Fillmore. Crash involving a bicycle at 7th Avenue and Broadway and 7th Street and Indian School Road. You've got a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. The Arizona Painting Company, it's the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. John Roller, KTAR News.
Skies will continue to clear tonight, down to 76 degrees by morning. Sunshine tomorrow with a high of 101. More of the same Friday and Saturday. 103 for the high on Friday. 106 degrees on Saturday. Mix of sun and clouds, a little bit breezy out there. 93 right now in Buckeye. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room, a political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
And the War Room is live on the KTAR YouTube page. You can watch it as it goes down. It's Bruce and Gatos, and we have our panel of 3 today. So there's a ton to get to. We've got former Arizona Congressman, the Republican, Matt Salmon. Good to see you.
Hey there.
Look at that lid you're wearing, man. You are rocking that thing.
Yeah.
It is awesome.
You know what? Skin cancer will do that to you.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Is that why you wear the hat?
I wear a hat whenever I can.
I thought you were
looks
gonna-
like he's headed to the Bahamas.
I thought he's going on an African river cruise. I was like, wow.
I blew out my
Look, the backside of salmon.
Yeah.
We got film and TV and radio host Gail Bass. Hi, Gail.
Hello.
And we got the retired colonel
The
of
other
the
fish.
Arizona Department of Public Safety, the Republican, Frank Milstead.
How do I become the Republican?
Well, you're a Republican. Salmon's a Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I always
That's
have to
why
say,
we have Gail in the middle.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
what party you're all
I'm
from.
trending more libertarian on many issues for some reason.
Well, let's talk about illegal immigration.
Oh.
And let's talk about something that's happened here in Arizona. A couple things. There are reports that Tucson Electric Power is responding to allegations that immigration officials impersonated their employees, put on their uniform,
Like to get people to open their doors and things.
and arrest them in South Tucson. We had ICE officers here in Phoenix outside of the courtrooms looking to arrest people who just had their court appearance. So I want to ask the panel: are we going too far on this? Is this too far? We're dressing up in costumes now, and we're arresting people. Is it too far?
So, Gatos, when it comes to the idea of wearing the utility company's clothing or whatever the case may be, look, they're working undercover, and they're doing whatever it takes. They work in a legal capacity too, just like any cop does. And they work undercover. You know, I got through college serving legal papers, and often, you know, I would dress up like somebody giving a candygram or whatever, so that somebody would. I mean, because people would dodge service all the time.
Okay.
And so that's not something I have an issue with. They're doing their job.
That's interesting, Gail.
I was really quite surprised that I heard that because, you know, obviously police go undercover all the time. You have police that infiltrate gang units. So I was rather surprised that people are surprised by this because that's just what authorities do.
Interesting.
I don't know. I mean, if they were going after some real bad people, fine. When they start dragging in teenagers, that's when I have a pause because where are their parents? Like, you're taking in a kid and, you know, can they contact their parents and their attorneys? That's where I really get worried.
Frank?
I'm with Gail, and this is probably why I adore her so much, because we've been doing undercover work. We delivered pizzas. We had cars that looked like taxi cabs. We did all of those things during my time in law enforcement over the 35 years. So I have no issue with trying to put on a guise to arrest bad people. But that's the issue to me is, are you arresting bad people? Are you arresting criminals? And again, I know this doesn't sound real Republican, but you know, public trust and public sentiment is the key to police effectiveness and efficiency. And if you're out just rounding up people It almost gets back to the 1070 days, and it concerns me a lot because it erodes public trust, public sentiment. And if what you said was I'm going after the worst of the worst and the bad people, I completely support that plan.
Arizona can get behind that.
I don't hear anybody against it.
Nobody disagrees with that. Get the bad ones gone.
But if you're telling people to go to Home Depot and find guys who are migrant workers who want to work for the day and make a living, I have issue with
Well, my worry is along those lines, and I know we've spoken about this before, that if you lose the trust of an entire community, when crime and criminals are actually there, they don't feel like they can reach out to the police. This does a disservice to everybody, to an entire community.
But Bruce, one of the, I think you know as well as I do in political terms, the pendulum swings. And with how bad things got during the Biden years with the borders becoming a sieve, and I mean, you had people from over 100 different countries being smuggled, by the cartels into this country.
And we let them stay, and we did it on purpose.
That's right, and it was crazy.
Right.
But now the pendulum has swung way far the other way. And I mean, you think about, I get it. The idea of the worst of the worst. But when Rudy Giuliani, back when he was sane,
what year was that?
01.
Before the dye started leaking.
But Rudy Giuliani, when he became the mayor of New York, he cleaned up that town by busting people for jaywalking and going after some of the the lesser crimes. And
was that called the broken windows approach?
Broken windows theory.
Yeah,
but it worked.
But he was doing stop and frisk on people who shouldn't have been stopped and frisked. There's also the caveat to that. All those people were getting stopped that didn't need to be stopped just by the color of their skin.
I think we're getting rapidly close to, and I'm not wishing for this, people are going to get hurt. In San Diego, I don't know if you saw this just the other day, ICE raided a local restaurant, and got the busboy and the dishwasher.
Yep.
And the residents came out, and cops used tear gas and flashbangs to break up the crowd, who were irate that they were raiding the restaurant down on the corner and dragging off these employees. Like, this isn't going to end well.
Well, think about this. Every time you go to a restaurant, we are hiring. They're always looking for people. People lament the fact that there's no people to do the work that, Americans are not willing to do. So you have these people who are willing to do the work, and then they're the people you're arresting when you have MS-13 out there. Like, why aren't you arresting?
Go after the bad guys.
It's the bad guys that we support you going after. They're doing bad things. That the human traffickers, go after them, not the guy at the Home Depot who's trying to work and send money back to Mexico.
Colonel Frank, are they going after the low-hanging fruit so they can pad the numbers?
Well, I think they are, because I think you see that number where you say, well, we need 3,000 a day, and that's
like a quota.
Yeah, it is.
It's
and
a
that's
PR
not
thing.
good. It's not good math. And look, I'm going to say something that I probably shouldn't, and I'll probably pay for dearly down the road. But I just had a pool built and my home remodeled.
Okay.
And there were a lot of people there that didn't speak English.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't check on them or what they did.
You didn't ask their immigration status.
I didn't, and I'm not going to assume that they were or weren't. But they worked hard. They did great jobs. When the guy came and did the rebar for my pool, I was like, I watched him. He worked by himself for like 3 straight days, and I asked the superintendent, I go, what do you pay that guy? I go, because
it's not enough.
Well, no, because you couldn't get me to do it.
Right.
I mean, he was
backbreaking.
It was crazy. It was backbreaking work and dangerous work because he's doing the wire and bending stuff. Look, I'm just glad that people want to work and people want to be part of this. So I don't like them rounding people up.
We desperately need a guest worker program.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Republicans have the White House, they have the Supreme Court, and they have both houses of Congress. At what point are we going to say, you know what, you guys? You didn't do the immigration bill when Biden was in office because Trump didn't want you to do it. And now that he's in office, here's your chance before the midterms. Where is it?
There's a new poll out. It kind of says what you guys are talking about. Arizona voters across the board support turning over undocumented individuals to ICE if they are caught committing serious crimes. However, here in Arizona, it is split when it comes to minor crimes. So 45% of respondents are against involving ICE in those cases. 44% are for it. We're inside the war room. We've got Matt Salmon, Gail Bass, Frank Milstead. Trump wants to it looks like he wants the numbers of he wants to detain about 3,000 migrants a day. And they're calling this Operation at Large. And a lot more personnel is now involved, like 5,000 personnel across federal law enforcement agencies. You got 21,000 National Guard troops. And if you look at some of these numbers, this is his latest push for the mass deportations. And I want to ask Frank Milstead, is he reshaping federal law enforcement as officials start to shift resources towards immigration-related cases? And how do you feel about that?
I think America was outraged by what happened over the last 4 years.
There's no doubt.
And I don't know if it's 10 million or 20 million. I don't know the number. Doesn't matter.
Right.
But there's no country without borders. There's no other country in the world that would have tolerated what we tolerated over the previous 4 years.
Yeah, 3.5 years, right?
It was crazy. So I think there's a lot of people that don't belong. I think that we have opened ourselves. We're ripe for concentrated and repetitive terrorism, and that worries me a ton. Yeah. And I don't want to give people ideas, so I won't tell you what I think, because my mind goes to there's a lot of people that need to be removed and that came in from all over the world. But what I don't like is let's quit blaming people for what happened, and let's fix where we are. And let's remove people that are criminals.
Yeah. Right. Well, again, I don't hear anybody argue against that. Yeah.
And he mentioned terrorism, and that's where we're going to go next.
Yeah, we are. An illegal immigrant set fire to Jews in Boulder, Colorado. It's amazing, right?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
He's got to go. Well,
should his family be deported? We're going to talk about that next inside the War Room. Hey, I'm going to talk to you about Trajan Wealth. And my friends at Trajan Wealth have put together an amazing new documentary. It's called Retirement on the Brink, and it's for everyone nearing retirement. I saw a heartbreaking stat. 1 in every 4 retirees ends up going back to work, and not by choice. How do you make sure you don't become a statistic? You think you're ready for retirement? Well, think again. The movie Retirement on the Brink uncovers what the industry won't tell you. Now, I've got tickets for you, all right? Get your VIP seat right now at retirementonthebrink.com, okay? Retirementonthebrink.com. Secure your seats. We're going to be there. I'll be there with you. Let's go to the June 14th showing. That's a week from Saturday. Going to be at the Mesa AMC Theaters, and popcorn and sodas on me, all right? I'll see you there. RetirementOnTheBrink.com. The advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
2 breaking stories into the KTAR News Center just moments ago. President Donald Trump bringing back the travel ban policy from his first term, signing a proclamation preventing people from a dozen countries from entering the United States. Those countries include Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. President Donald Trump also ordering his administration to investigate former President Joe Biden's use of an auto pen to sign pardons and other documents, increasing the pressure on his predecessor as House Republicans also requesting interviews with members of Biden's inner circle. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. All of our top stories coming up at 5:30. More news at KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. We've got a new crash in the North Valley. This is going to be at 19th Avenue, right at the 101, the Pima Freeway there. Looks like the southbound lanes are restricted heading into the 101. Also have a disabled vehicle westbound I-10 right near 7th Avenue. That is off on the left shoulder. Also, we've got more slowing at the North Stack as you come southbound on the 17 and transition to the westbound Loop 101 in the North Valley. And also working a crash, 67th Avenue and Fillmore. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. If you're tired of looking through a cracked windshield, get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy, and they'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, we are inside the war room, joined by our esteemed guest, former Congressman Matt Salmon, current film, TV, radio host Gail Bass, and retired Colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Colonel Frank Milstead. All right, so we just had the breaking news. We just had Big Bill deliver that for us. A new travel ban policy, the U.S. restricting travel from, it's exactly a dozen countries, Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. The travel ban goes into effect Monday at midnight, 12:01 a.m., plus heightened restrictions for countries of Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela.
Let's start with Matt Salmon. You agree with the Trump ban?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think that there are some serious concerns when it comes to terrorist threats that those countries pose. And again, you know, when we were kind of teasing what we're going to talk about, this kind of upstaged it, but, you know, the recent terrorist attack in Colorado. You know, the fact is, I don't agree with a lot of the things that this administration is doing, especially on the big beautiful bill, so-called. But as far as this travel ban, I think it's a good idea.
Was Egypt on that list?
No.
Because the guy in Colorado is from Egypt.
No, I know.
And he came on a tourist visa.
Yeah,
Right.
so, I mean, are we going after the right people who are going to be, like, that guy is a terrorist.
He is a terrorist.
He's a terrorist.
Yeah.
But
He
if
is
you
a
listen to
terrorist.
Chris
There's no doubt
Wray
about it.
over the last 12 years and you listen to Kash Patel currently, they all say our biggest threat is China, and they want to revoke Chinese visa for kids that are in school here. And I'm not opposed to that idea, but the idea that they're not on the travel ban is interesting to me.
Yeah, they're not on the travel ban. No.
Well, you know why? Because, you know, we offer that gold visa, and the people who can afford the gold visa are a lot of Chinese entrepreneurs and business owners.
Lots of billionaires in China.
A lot of them.
So why block them off when it's like, you know, that's $5 million cash deposit?
But I would extrapolate it back into the same thing with the tariff issue in China, is that we haven't been able to resolve that, and he says he's going to resolve it. But if you're going to put pressure on people to do certain things that you want them to do, I don't know, it just seems kind of nonsensical not to include that.
The other thing I would say about the China folks, I speak Mandarin. I've been over to China over 40 times. I lived in Taiwan as a kid. I
can't get over the speak Mandarin part. Sorry.
Well, we'll have some fun.
We'll have some fun with that. Yeah.
But
he looks like he's just a chronic white guy.
He does.
That is not fair. Let me stand up for my white dudes here.
Thank you, Gail. But when's the last time there was a terrorist attack from any Chinese citizens?
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Right.
They just take our intellectual property.
Yes.
But go on.
Yes, they do.
Economic terrorist is different
I
from
would
a
say so.
Yes, they do that. But
Molotov throwing
as far as
terrorist.
Molotov cocktails or blowing up a building or something like that, it hasn't happened.
They just own our debt.
All right. How about the guy who decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to light Jews on fire in Boulder, Colorado.
Why? I don't understand the historical animus toward the Jews. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. And at some point it's got to stop. But I don't know how to stop it. And this Egyptian guy comes here and is motivated to do that, which is unacceptable. And we should not stand for that.
No, I don't think anybody's standing
but
for it.
I think the last couple of attacks we've seen, including the couple in Washington, D.C.,
engaged.
The attackers, if I believe the terrorist side of it, they believe they're standing up for Palestine in some way, shape, or form.
What was really interesting to me about that story is that the guy didn't want to start perpetrating the terrorist attack until after his daughter graduated.
Yeah.
I mean,
gosh.
Yeah,
it
sounds premeditated to me.
Exactly.
Oh, no, they say they've been planning it for a year.
Molotov cocktails or 20 other Molotov cocktails in his trunk of his car.
But it also goes to the point that this guy shouldn't have been here.
No, he shouldn't have been here in the first place.
No.
And he was here on an expired visa.
Right.
And then he turned around and
applied
for asylum.
a work visa.
He applied for a work visa. That
It expired March 28th of this year.
He should have been gone.
So you say that should have been gone. So I think this is let's remove the fact that the terrorist part, and I'm not trying to
He should have been
gloss
gone
over it.
anyway.
How many people their visas expire
It's
and they just blend in.
50% of the people that are here illegally are people that overstayed
Right,
their visas.
and
They're not people coming across
But
the
there's
border.
no
What's the process?
People
That's
don't
what I'm saying.
remember.
What's the
No,
process?
there's no enforcement of that, and nobody's going to go and look for a guy on an expired tourist visa. I mean, there's no capacity to facilitate that.
It's like the honor system. If you don't raise your hand and go, "Hey, my visa expired," nobody else knows, right?
Well, what's the difference? You can have an open border and let people walk in, or isn't it the same? You've got
both cheating
people
the
who are-
system.
If
They're
they land
both
at Sky
cheating the
Harbor,
system.
what's the difference?
What's the
Right.
difference?
It's not.
There's
They're
no
both
difference.
They're both cheating the system.
So I think what Gail said is interesting about the Jewish people and about what's happening in the collegiate world and what's the anti-Semitism that exists in America. And you're African American. If this was the same thing that was going against African American people, I mean, there would be outrage everywhere about people picking on that culture. And I don't understand in my mind what the difference is between an African American culture, a Jewish culture, or we did it against Hispanics or anybody else. I don't know why this is somehow okay.
It's not, obviously.
It's not.
We are inside the war room. Again, a great panel having an awesome discussion. Matt Salmon, Gail Bass, Frank Milstead. Coming up next, though, we'll get into this. Is Trump spitting on Pride Month? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken inside the war room on KTAR.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Vince Murata. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
I know that everyone tries to be smart about their money, but are you being plumb smart about your money? This is Mike Broomhead, and I know a way to be plumb smart about your money. It's simple. Call Plumb Smart for any HVAC or plumbing issue because they are only about half the cost of the other guys. Be plumb smart, spend less the next time you need AC or plumbing repairs or a replacement. Be plumb smart. Call 602-892-6000 or go to itsjustplumsmart.com because plumbers and AC guys charge too much.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. President Donald Trump bringing back the travel ban policy from his first term, signing a proclamation preventing people from a dozen countries from entering the United States. Those countries include Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. President Trump also ordering his administration to investigate former President Joe Biden's use of an auto pen to sign pardons and other documents. That will increase pressure on his predecessor as House Republicans also request interviews with members of Biden's inner circle. An auto pen, a mechanical device that is used to replicate a person's authentic signature. Presidents have used them for decades. However, Trump has frequently suggested that some of Biden's actions are invalid because his aides were usurping presidential authority to cover up what the president claims was Biden's cognitive decline.
And if these programs go away, it's going to hurt a lot of Arizonans.
That's Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly telling Arizona's Morning News why he'll be voting against President Trump's big, beautiful bill when it heads to the Senate floor. Kelly isn't the only one publicly opposing the proposed budget. Outgoing Doge leader Elon Musk posting on X, calling the bill a disgusting abomination that would greatly increase the nation's deficit.
Well, I think a blind squirrel can find a nut every so often, and I think that's the case here with Elon. So we do agree. I mean, abomination. It's bad policy.
Senator Kelly specifically takes issue with the bill's cuts to social services like Medicaid while giving tax breaks to the wealthy. If the Senate rejects or amends the budget, it will head back to the House for another vote.
I very much want the Diamondbacks to stay in downtown Phoenix and thrive. I'd like a World Series while I'm dreaming.
Well, the World Series currently seems unlikely. City leadership says a Chase Field Stadium deal is still in the works. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the News Center with an update.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego tells the Mike Broomhead Show she was troubled by the original legislation.
I believe strongly we have a lot of needs right now, and to take money from uses like the Phoenix Fire Department to fund Diamondbacks, we really needed some caps and constraints and to recognize we have a lot of priorities.
She adds they're close to a fiscally responsible bill that includes more accountability and transparency about how public dollars are being spent. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And Governor Hobbs saying today the Chase Field Stadium deal is being discussed in state budget negotiations. The governor also giving advice to hundreds of kids going to Washington, D.C. this week through the Civics Matters America program. She says she was in a program similar in high school, which helped launch her curiosity in government, leading to her current position.
It might not be something you come back right away and say, oh, I'm going to get involved in government. I didn't, but later it stuck with me so much.
And stay tuned to KTAR to hear Mike Broomhead's updates from the trip as he travels with the high schoolers from Arizona to D.C. With summer near Maricopa County reporting the year's first confirmed heat death, Dr. Nick Staub with the County Health Department explains the deceased person sustained heat injuries last year, succumbing to them months later.
I would say this time of year is not surprising to us to get the first confirmed heat death. We currently have 63 deaths under investigation with the medical examiner's office.
Dr. Staub emphasizes heat deaths are preventable. Last year, more than 600 people passed away related to heat. Let's get a check on the roads now. John Roller, he is back from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. We've got a couple of crashes in the North Valley along the 101. Our latest crash is on the westbound side of the 101, the Pima Freeway, right near Cave Creek. Also, just up ahead, have a crash at 19th Avenue and the 101. It looks like the southbound lanes are still restricted there. Working a vehicle fire at the outer loop, Loop 303 and the I-17. Also working a crash westbound I-10 near 7th Avenue. That's actually a disabled vehicle, and that is off to the left. And we still have that slowing on the north stack, southbound I-17. Heading westbound on the 101, your slowing is out to 35th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. It is past 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? Well, they could be dining and mingling with brand new friends at the Beatitudes campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clearing skies, 76 by morning, sunshine tomorrow with a high of 101. More the same Friday, 103, and sunny on Saturday with a high of 106 degrees. Mix of sun and clouds is what we see overhead right now, 92 in Glendale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, here we are, second half of the War Room. Retired Colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Frank Milstead. We've got film, TV, radio host Gail Bass and the former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon. Let's go to it's June. It's Pride Month, so here's the thing. Trump has no plans to issue a proclamation recognizing June as a Pride Month or dedicated to any other group or cause. What is that? What do we expect from our president when it comes to this issue? Last year I thought Joe Biden went overboard. I mean, if you looked at what happened on the White House lawn, there was a topless transgender individual. And, I mean, taking your shirt off. Born a man, transitioned to a woman, decided I'm going to take my shirt off. And it's like, wait a second, that's not right. But I also look at Trump and say, wait, what you're doing isn't right either. It's so far left, it's so far right, and most of us are like, can't we do something that's somewhere in the middle?
We're not at a happy medium. We're not going to be at a happy medium for some time. No. And it's like that pendulum swing. At some point, people have to recognize there are gay people in society.
Well, I think we do, don't we?
And recognizing that they have a Pride Month. I don't have a problem with that. My sister's married to a woman. Uh-huh. So I think coming from that perspective and having somebody in the family and having friends, longtime friends, who either are gay or have transitioned, you learn to deal with it. The end. And I mean, we've learned, and they're just as much entitled to live, happy, healthy lives as we are. And acknowledging that they exist, I don't have a problem with that.
I have a gay son, and he lives in D.C. He's a psychiatrist. I told him he was going to get filthy rich. Because there's lots of nuts.
Lots of crazy people in D.C.
Like, don't drain that swamp for him.
Oh, my God. He's clients for decades.
But and I know he's really, really frustrated with a lot of the things that are going on. But ultimately, when it comes to, the Pride Month and all that kind of stuff, we want everybody in the country to feel like we're all, members of the team. Mm-hmm. I think, though, with some of the LGBTQ, like the stuff that's going on, the arguments that are going on in California about the transsexual
transgender.
Transgender that's wanting to compete or is competing in the track and field exercises. And even Gavin Newsom's come out and said...
Can I tell you, I think those are two different issues. I don't think transgender means you're gay, first off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think those are different issues.
But the gay pride thing is LGBTQ.
Right.
And that includes everybody.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And so,
it's an umbrella.
It's an umbrella. And one of the guys that I actually, I've been on his show several times, and I think he calls them like he sees them, balls and strikes. But Bill Maher, has kind of called out some of the liberals for some of the, goofy stuff that they swallow. And I think that ultimately, when it gets right down to it, let's be welcoming. Let's be, we're all
Americans.
Yeah, we're all Americans.
We're all human beings.
You know what? I grew up in a town where there was the German American Club, the Italian American Club, and Balboa Park in San Diego. They have the German house, the Filipino house. And so that's celebrated. If they want to celebrate a gay pride house, you know what? It's going to be fabulous, and I'm going to go. The drinks are going to be lit. The end. So why not let them have what they want?
Okay, so we started by talking about is Trump spitting on Pride Month by not issuing a proclamation? I mean, if we're talking LGBTQ, well, Trump, what you mentioned in California, Trump wants to prevent trans women from competing in women's sports.
Right.
Good. I'm for that. I don't think that should happen at all.
It's a fairness issue.
I mean, this is ridiculous that we even argue about it.
I think you can support someone's sexuality, whatever it might be, without undermining competitive sports. Like, I don't think you have to throw those two things together.
Isn't it Martina Navratilova who said, well, just give them a separate category, and that's what happened in California. Right. That person got a separate category.
What do you mean a separate category?
They made sure that the transgender person...
Born a man, transitioned to a woman.
Yeah, that person got an award, and so did the leading female who would have come in
but
first.
Was that person competing against other women?
Well, see, hey, all I know is...
Because you can't do that.
Well...
And I think America's already decided that that's not a good idea.
And that's pretty much, I think most thinking people out there agree it's a fairness issue.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be allowed to compete with
But
girls.
the President of the United States should represent everybody equally and have a common respect. It doesn't mean that you have to stand up and applaud for everybody who does something, but I think it's just having a mutual common respect for people's rights to do what they want to do.
Live and let live.
But what have we all talked about for it's like Biden did something so far left that Trump now has to swing it all the way back far
because
right.
It doesn't matter if it's left or right. It's theater. It's not real.
Right.
I mean, it's theater, and they put on these shows, and it's not necessary. Just treat people with respect. Let them have their space to do what they want to do, and we can all get along. I don't know. I like people, and I think people should respect people. No matter what they do. And again, I don't have to applaud for him, her, or whatever, but I can give them their space to be who they are.
Yeah.
After all said and done, I mean, you just get back to the golden rule, right? Treat people like you want to be treated.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we're well past that, though, aren't we? I think, sadly, I mean, that's certainly not what we're seeing, and I think there's an argument that it starts at the top. If the people think it's okay if the president acts that way, that they can act that way.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a president or if it's Congress. They're all into theater. They don't respect each other. They can't figure out that a compromise is not a loss. And
compromise is a dirty word,
right? But it's not a loss. A compromise is two thinking human beings come together and solve a problem for the good of the society.
Ronald Reagan once said that if somebody's with you 80% of the time, that person is an ally, not an adversary.
Here. He's Matt Salmon. There's Colonel Frank over there, Gail Bass. All right, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way, and then we come back inside the war room. Elon Musk's nuke Trump's big, beautiful bill. He called it the disgusting abomination. We're going to talk about that next. Disgusting abomination. Not just an abomination. Disgusting abomination. Okay. We're going to talk about the big, beautiful bill next inside the War Room on KTAR.
All right. Aria Dental Implant Center. They believe that you deserve a smile that you can be proud of. So I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Joe. He's got over 20 years of dental implant expertise, and he is the person that you need. He is the person that you want to do your surgery. He's going to give you brand new teeth. Now, Aria is a local company, which is fantastic for your wallet. Here's why. At Aria, since they are local, they don't have the same overhead as all those big, huge other companies. Aria will pass down savings to you. You're going to get the best surgeon in Dr. Joe and absolutely the best price at Aria Dental Implant Center. You'll regain your smile. No more broken or missing teeth for you. No more, hey, I don't want to take a picture because I'm embarrassed by the way that my mouth and teeth look. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tom Gato sent you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. A new Noble Predictive Insights survey about key issues within Arizona like tariffs, election security, and deportations. Mike Noble telling Arizona's Morning News he was surprised the state was more supportive of these issues than previously thought. More information on that poll, go to KTAR.com.
TSMC really made this possible.
The direct flight from Phoenix to Taiwan, set to start next year, expected to be a major economic driver for the state. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego tells the Mike Broomhead Show right now TSMC has to ship supplies through LAX, then truck them to their plant in North Phoenix. She explains disruptions in LA cannot slow down business here in Phoenix. All of our top stories coming up at 6 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on those roads right now with John Roller live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Well, the Valley main line's not looking too bad. We are still working that crash. Couple of crashes, as a matter of fact, in the North Valley, eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway. This happened right just past Cave Creek Road, and it is blocking the right lanes, not causing a lot of slowing. And then up ahead, we've got a crash at 19th Avenue and the 101. Southbound lanes heading into the 101 restricted there. Also still have our afternoon slowing at the North Stack, southbound I-17 transitioning to the westbound 101, and also that disabled vehicle on the westbound I-10 right near 7th Avenue. That has cleared away, so the curiosity factor has also left us. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, I could talk to you about a life changer loan, but let me tell you a story about, well, a couple that it really did change their life. Vince and Jody. All right. By the way, thank you guys for listening. He's a fireman. She works in education. Now, good news is they've got a mortgage and they're below 3% on their rate. Pretty good, right? But they got 26 years left of mortgage payments. Now, due to a couple medical issues, they now find themselves in about $30,000 of credit card debt. With a life changer loan, they will pay off their mortgage, they will pay off their credit card debt, and both of their vehicles, and they'll do it in just over 6 years. It's amazing what can happen when you have all of your income work towards paying down all of your debt. And you never have to fear because you always have access to your equity. It's called a life changer loan. Your friends, your neighbors are doing it, and it's changing lives. Find out for yourself at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com, where it's not magic, it's just math.
The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
If I can do it, you can too. Jamie West here, down nearly 50 pounds and keeping it off. Not with shots or drugs or prepackaged foods, just eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. I feel great. I look great. Don't wait. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
That's right. We are inside the War Room with the good and the great of the Valley. We've got former Congressman Matt Salmon. We've got film, TV, radio star Gail Bass.
That's
and
the great.
Retired colonel of Arizona's DPS. We got Frank Milstead in here with us. So the big beautiful bill is working its way through Congress. Again, I'm glad we have Matt Salmon here because all I know about how bills work is what I learned on Schoolhouse Rock. So I don't fully understand where we are in the system. But did Elon Musk torpedo this bill? I mean, he went from
Called it an abomination.
Yeah, Trump's right hand to all of a sudden he's tweeting left and right about going after anybody that
he
votes
went from
for
parking a Tesla on the White House lawn to now just bashing Donald Trump.
I mean, he's scorched earth.
You know, my one regret about Elon Musk is that he pulls his punches, you know? Why can't he just smack them?
Yeah.
The fact is, I can't understand why any conservative, anybody that calls themselves a conservative would vote for this. And right now, there's a couple of senators that are actually having a cojones and standing up against this thing. One of them is Rand Paul, who's really a conservative.
Yeah, he's libertarian. Is that a good way to put it?
He is libertarian, but he's also a fiscal hawk, something that doesn't really, I think it's an endangered species in Washington
always
right now.
Talked about this.
Yes. He's all, and in fact, no matter who's president,
he's consistent.
And with the other sycophants that are trying to, make Trump happy and, tell him that it's wonderful when it's not wonderful. You've got him and you've got Ron Johnson from Wisconsin that are standing up. I mean, this thing blows the doors off the deficit. It spends like a drunken sailor on shore leave, and
it'll add 2 to 4 trillion.
What's that?
It'll add 2.4 trillion.
Exactly.
2.4.
And when are they going to get serious about the debt? In fact, when I was in Congress, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was asked a question about what is the biggest threat to our national security.
I remember this.
And he said, it's our national debt.
National debt.
Yeah, and that was clear back when it was like 25 trillion.
Trump has said the same thing. He said he's worried about the debt.
No, he's not.
Well, that's what he says, Bruce.
You know
he says
what?
he's worried
He says
about
a
the
lot
debt.
of things.
The fact
Then why do we pass this big, beautiful bill instead of balance the budget?
I don't know.
I mean, as one of the guys that actually was there when we balanced the budget 3 years in a row.
That was Bill Clinton was president, right?
Bill Clinton was president of the United States at the time. But the fact is, it can be done, but not,
Well, everybody's for balancing the budget. Nobody's for cutting anything. Isn't that the problem?
My problem is that I am against big government.
Here.
And you've got these guys that love big government as long as it's in their image.
On their side.
What's good about the bill? Because, nobody's read this thing. I mean, you listen to the Democrats and they say it's the worst thing ever, or you listen to some of these Republicans and, as you said, it's the greatest thing. All right, well, is there anything good in it? Because what I've been told by a couple of people, it's great for business.
You know
it's
what?
great for business.
Extends tax cuts.
And it's the tax cuts. It's the
And
big deal,
I
and that's
agree
where
with
the
the
votes
tax
come
cuts.
from. The votes come from the tax cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave us tax cuts before, but then they voted him out of office. So there's that.
But isn't here so far be it for me, and I don't want to tell
Yes,
the
there are good things
congressman
in the bill, but
how
nobody's
it
read
works.
them.
Yeah, but it's
Right.
one or the other. You either have a spending problem or a tax problem.
Right.
And the problem we have in Congress is spending keeps going up and taxes are going down. The both of them are going in exactly the wrong direction.
But how do you not trust the guy you put in charge of Doge, who also happens to be the richest man on the planet, to doubt what he is saying. And it's hard to doubt Elon Musk because he's obviously a bright guy and he knows what he's doing, or he wouldn't be the richest guy on the planet and he wouldn't have been in charge of
You
Doge.
know how he got rich, though? All those government contracts, which apparently have been canceled, like, research into cancer. That's my concern.
Don't pick
It's
on
like
Elon.
Just
leave Elon alone.
We lead the world in research. We have groundbreaking research. And the fact that we're cutting that off in order
We
to
still haven't
give
cured
people
cancer.
who don't need a tax cut is a problem for me.
Well,
and I think it's a problem for a lot of people.
I will admit, I am a supply sider. I believe that when you cut taxes, revenues will actually grow. I agree. If you cut taxes in the right way. So I do applaud that. But I agree with Gail. You don't cut research. I mean, the fact is, we have some of the greatest research in the world going on in this country. And
we've made the world better. Our country
and if
has
we
made
want
the
to
world better.
maintain our global superiority, we've got to double down on building a better mousetrap.
But isn't that at the root of this? Trump and his people don't care about the rest of the world. Don't care about allies. Don't care about
Vaccinations.
standing in the world. Don't care.
And I think it's a very dangerous thing for us to not be world leaders in areas where we were before, and our soft power will come back to haunt us.
It will come back.
Wow. Great war room. Thank all of you. Seriously, thank you for being here today. Gail Bass, Matt Salmon, Frank Milstead. You will all be back in the war room
I
soon,
have more to
sincerely
say.
hope. I bet you do.
Matt clogged up this last thing.
I'm filibustering. It's a filibuster.
What do you expect
All
from
right,
a former
Cory
congressman, right?
Like I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Thank you guys so much for being inside the war room with us today. Hey, coming up next, just a tragic. A shooting in Phoenix could put mom and dad in jail. We'll explain next. It's Outspoken here on KTAR.
All right, it is time to transform your space with the Arizona Painting Company. Quality and care go hand in hand. When you hire the Arizona Painting Company, they're going to do the best job, and I'll tell you why. I've hired these guys for the last 20 years. These are the only guys I let paint my house. First house I ever bought, 2003, they painted it. My wife and I last year decided, you know what? Let's have them paint the exterior. Terrific. It looks like a brand new house. So this year and this summer, we're going to have them paint the interior. And, don't miss this chance, over the summer to give that house that you own, that you love, a facelift. So text the word paint to 620-620. Text the word paint to 620-620. I will send you a bounce back text, all you need to know about the Arizona Painting Company.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com. KTAR.FM.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Did you know the KTAR News has a YouTube channel? We do. Of course, you can listen to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and KTAR.com. But on our YouTube channel, you can also watch Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Search up KTAR News on YouTube and subscribe.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At ABC 15, we stand for what's right. We tackle tough issues and drive real change. We listen to you and make sure your voice is heard. We investigate and follow through. Watch ABC 15 News at 6.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Bill O'Neill.
But 6 months ago, we had a nation that was as cold as ice. It was cold. The whole world was laughing at us, and they're not laughing anymore, that I can tell you now.
President Donald Trump addressing a crowd of supporters at the White House this evening, celebrating the accomplishments of his administration's first months. Earlier today, the president bringing back the travel ban policy from his first term, signing a proclamation preventing people from a dozen countries from entering the U.S., including Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, and more. The president also moving to block nearly all foreign students from entering the country to attend Harvard University. That's his latest attempt to block the Ivy League school from an international pipeline, accounting for a quarter of its student body. In an executive order, the president declaring it would jeopardize national security to allow Harvard to continue hosting foreign students on its campus in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And the president finally ordering his administration to investigate former President Joe Biden's use of an auto pen to sign pardons and other documents, increasing the pressure on his predecessor as House Republicans also request interviews with members of Biden's inner circle. Maricopa County reporting the first heat death of this year. KTAR's Balin Overstol is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Bill, that death is the result of heat-related injuries sustained in 2024, says Maricopa County Department of Public Health's Dr. Nick Staub. He adds,
this case really shows there can be delayed impacts from heat injuries that are sustained at one time and then having severe outcomes at another time.
While this is the first confirmed heat death of the year, Dr. Staub says the county is investigating more than 60 other cases. Last year, there was a total of 608 confirmed heat deaths in Maricopa County, the first time that number went down year to year since 2014. However, it was still more than 40% higher than 2022 and years before. Live in the news center, Balin Overstol's KTAR News.
Just after 3 this morning, when DPS started receiving calls about a wrong-way driver on I-17 southbound, the driver of that wrong-way car died on the scene. She was 18 years old. The other driver taken to the hospital with serious injuries. The investigation continues. Eric Andrews with DPS stresses the importance of being diligent while driving after the incident.
You do see the signs lit up while you're driving on the highway that says there's a potential wrong-way vehicle ahead. Just make sure you slow down, move to the right, and pay even closer attention to what's going on ahead of you.
Now, he says if you see a wrong-way driver on the road, you should call 911 immediately. Detectives investigating an accidental shooting in South Phoenix that left a 5-year-old girl dead. The child's 9-year-old brother accidentally firing a rifle inside of their home last night. Phoenix police say the gun belonged to their father, who is now facing criminal charges. Authorities say the investigation does continue there. U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service issuing a public health alert for an organic brand of ground beef due to possible E. coli contamination.
The public health alert is over concerns the beef could be contaminated with E. coli. The raw ground beef is sold in 1-pound vacuum-packed packages and produced by Organic Rancher between May 22nd and May 23rd. It was also shipped to Whole Foods nationwide. Health officials say there have been no confirmed reports of illnesses. A recall was not issued because the products are no longer available for purchase. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And on Wall Street today, we take a look at those closing numbers. We saw a little bit of a mixed bag there in the U.S. markets today. The Dow finishing down. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 were up slightly on the day. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's head off now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Another look at those roads, this time around with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. We've got a brand new crash on the 202 Red Mountain at Scottsdale westbound. That one involving a motorcycle. And then I-17 at westbound New River Road. We've got a crash there, an extrication happening. You're going to have some slowing right about there. And also in the North Valley, 19th Avenue and the 101, there is a crash right there to look out for. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off for 1 year, same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, 76 by morning, sunshine tomorrow, high of 101, sunny on Friday, 103, even warmer on Saturday under sunny skies with a high of 106 degrees. Mix of sun and clouds right now as the skies do clear out for us. 90 degrees in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, third hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people will tell you third hour is the best hour.
It was a great war room in the 5 o'clock hour. If you missed it,
great guests.
Grab it on the podcast.
Yeah.
We went over a ton of stuff. So make sure you go and you get it.
We've got some new information coming out regarding this horrible story coming out of South Phoenix.
We talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
And I think what you're going to hear, it obviously makes the story so much worse. Like you ask yourself, how could this story get worse? Well, it just did.
This is the story of a 5-year-old little girl who was accidentally shot by her 9-year-old older brother.
Right here in Phoenix.
Happened late Tuesday night.
Yeah.
We now know the name of the little girl. Her name is Layla.
Yeah.
Her mom released a statement talking about how amazing this little girl is, the pictures of her. She's absolutely darling.
There was it looked like a picture of her at Easter. She was carrying a pink basket, and she had bows in her hair. And she's just the most adorable little girl.
So we know that police obviously responded. Originally, it was a call for a stabbing. They found the girl and the person who called at a nearby behavioral hospital looking for help. They took Layla to a local trauma center where sadly she passed away. So Dad was arrested, and not arrested because he left a gun lying around the house.
Oh, gosh.
Dad was arrested because he was a prohibited person, which means he has a felony and is prohibited from owning a firearm. So he was charged, and all he was charged with was illegally possessing a weapon.
He should be charged with murder.
So,
I'm not kidding you. He should be charged with putting his daughter in a grave.
Certainly accomplice to
Listen,
it, right?
He's a criminal, number one, okay? Number two, he bought a gun. Not allowed to do that when you're a criminal. Number three, you leave your gun out. You're why your daughter is dead.
So here's the new part about this. So he had his first court appearance today. And by the way, he's been released on his own recognizance.
Gosh.
But here's what the county attorneys were arguing in court. And here's the evidence that they have and made in front of the judge. He brought the gun into a home with kids. And not just any gun, it was an assault rifle. He stored it in the 9-year-old's bedroom.
Come on. You have got to be kidding me.
The county attorneys said if the gun had not been in the house, we wouldn't have had the outcome that we have. Obviously.
He stored the gun.
He kept the gun in the 9-year-old's bedroom.
A loaded gun.
A loaded assault rifle.
A loaded assault rifle.
In a 9-year-old's bedroom. And it's unclear the details of the shooting. We don't know if so it's a rifle. It wasn't a handgun. That we don't know if the kid pointed it. We don't know if he was just playing with dropped it on the ground, the trigger. We don't know.
If you're a kid and you see something like that, you're going to play with it.
Yeah. Do you know it's real? Do you know if it's a toy? You're 9, for goodness sakes.
And that's why good gun owners, and we have so many of them in Arizona, teach their children what happens when you pull the trigger. Whether you're hunting, right?
Yeah.
Or you're just doing target practice. But good gun owners say, here's the result if you ever pull the trigger.
Here's what I was taught. Don't point your gun at anything you don't want to destroy.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. That's a great way to say it.
Don't point your gun at anything you don't want to destroy. Because that's the outcome.
I can't believe this guy left a loaded gun in his 9-year-old's bedroom. It is about the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? It's not. I mean, we've talked about these type of shootings where a kid gets a gun in the house. Okay, it was on the coffee table, or it was
under the bed,
or it's in a drawer.
Yeah,
this one was in a kid's bedroom,
in his bedroom, in the 9-year-old's bedroom. Dad is keeping the gun.
Have you ever heard anything so insane?
Yeah.
I have never heard anything so insane.
A felon, and again, I'm making this assumption because there's few other reasons you would be a prohibited possessor of a gun. So a felon brought a loaded rifle into a house with 2 children, 9 and 5, and kept the gun in the 9-year-old's room.
Let's also remember this.
There has to be more charges, right?
Oh, gosh, there has to be. Let's remember this. And I'm not calling him a father, this man has destroyed so many lives, but let's just look at 2. 1, daughter's dead. 2, you've got a 9-year-old who's never going to be the same.
I can't imagine what that poor kid witnessed.
Never going to be the same. You destroyed both of your children. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
We talk about accidents happening. I mean, no one should ever leave a gun out. We all know that. We have talked to people who say, "Hey, listen, I don't put my gun in a safe, and because I can't. If somebody tries to break in, I can't get to it."
There are ways around that.
There are ways around that.
I have the fingerprint one.
Great.
Right next to the bed.
I know.
I can touch touch my thumb to it, and it pops open, and I'm prepared to defend myself.
And I think that's a good way to do it.
But only my fingerprint works on it.
I get that.
You know what I mean?
I get that. But we've heard of people leaving a gun laying around a house.
Literally.
I've never heard of anybody putting it in their 9-year-old's room.
No. Yeah. What?
It's unbelievable. I just can't get over it.
I got this from a text, and please tell me, and I may be wrong. Please don't get me wrong. This came in at 620. If he's a prohibited possessor, being in possession of a firearm, it's a felony. Correct. Therefore, the felony murder rule could apply. He could be charged with murder.
What did I say?
I
said the same thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know the law. I'm just going.
No, I'm saying I don't know the specifics of the law.
I'm being completely emotional.
Yeah.
And I understand that. But I think he murdered his kid.
You're not hearing any argument. This is just horrible.
This is so.
It was bad enough, and then we heard he was storing the gun in the 9-year-old's room.
Yeah. Because, to be honest, I mean, we talked about this a couple hours ago, and it was horrifying. Because there's a 5-year-old that's never going to be here anymore.
Kayla, little Kayla.
Oh, my gosh. And, it's hard to even think 2 hours later, because we talked about it at 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to think 2 hours later I'm even more upset.
Yeah.
I'm just
Listen, I
horrified.
think
I'm horrified.
I think Dad's going to get what's coming to him. Deservedly so. My mind goes to the little boy.
Oh, yeah.
My mind goes to the older brother, the 9-year-old. Right? Yeah. Who I'm sure his sister irritated him from time to time, but I'm sure he loved her.
Of course.
I don't believe this was even remotely a chance that this was on purpose. This was an accident because an irresponsible father left a loaded rifle in a 9-year-old's room.
I just don't know why he didn't hand him the gun. Why didn't you just hand it to him? Go ahead.
Yeah, what did you think?
Same thing.
What did you think was going to happen? What was the best case scenario? Was he hiding the gun in there because if cops showed that it wasn't my gun?
No, I can't see that. You went where my head was going. Why would you do that? Okay, so why would you put a loaded gun in your 9-year-old son's room?
I can't come up with a good reason.
No, I can't. Can you come up with a bad one? Can you come up with one? Like you said, well, it's not my gun. That's not it. Why do it? Why would you? Why wouldn't? If you're going to leave a loaded gun around the house, why would you put it in your kid's room?
Of all the places.
Of all the places, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for the life of me, I can't come up with anything good, like a good reason, or there's no good reason, or even a bad reason why you would do that.
I know this drives responsible gun owners nuts, too.
And
they would never do anything remotely like this.
Can you think of one reason?
No,
that he did it.
Unless being a felon, a prohibited possessor, he didn't want the gun in his room. It's not mine. It's the 9-year-old's.
Wow,
I'm exaggerating.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not mine.
He could have blamed his wife. It's just my wife. There's no reason.
No,
there isn't a single reason that gun should have been in there.
How do you release him on his own recognizance?
I have no idea.
I'm like that also.
I'm bugged by that. He's out.
He was released today on his own recognizance, arrested yesterday. All right. Well, we're gonna obviously keep track of this. This story is just horrible, and maybe there's some new information will come out of it. I doubt any of it will make it any better.
And I know I don't want to just say this to trivialize it, but I'm trying to and I know that I don't even know how to say this, man. This might be the worst story when it comes to leaving a gun in a home I've ever heard. I don't think I can remember a worse story. There have been outcomes that are similar. There have been outcomes that are similar, but sometimes it was an accident. Sometimes a kid can get in a safe. Sometimes, you forget that your gun is in your bag, and the kid goes and gets it. This is a dad deliberately putting a loaded gun in his 9-year-old son's room,
and it cost him the 5-year-old daughter's life,
and it cost him the 9-year-old. 9-year-old will never be the same.
Yeah.
It's one of the most tragic stories I've ever heard.
Yeah. We've got to check the headlines on the way. We want to get you up to speed on everything else that's going on around that. And on the other side of this, what's a deal breaker when it comes to relationships? What are your deal breakers, your non-negotiables? We have one of the top ones, and it's probably not what you're thinking. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:17, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. Still 35 days left in President Trump's 90-day tariff pause on foreign countries, yet no deals have been finalized. ABC's Karen Travers joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about what the White House is doing to light a fire under certain countries to ensure deals are made.
They sent a letter yesterday to all trading partners to give them what they said yesterday is a friendly reminder that the deadline is coming up.
The president says if no deals are made at the end of the 90-day pause, tariffs will go into effect. Jordan Ott agreeing to a new multi-year deal to become the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Ron Wolfley with the Wolf and Luke show on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM says hiring an inexperienced coach does not raise their chances of improving next season.
The odds lessen when you hire a guy because he is a question mark, whether you want to admit it or not.
All of our top stories coming up at 6:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Back to those roads, another check on traffic now with Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thanks, Bill. You've got a crash with a motorcycle on the 202 Red Mountain at Scottsdale Road westbound. And they're clearing that crash in the North Valley at I-17 northbound at New River Road. Still some slowing there. And there is still a disabled vehicle at I-10 westbound near 7th Avenue. Look for that on the left shoulder. And a crash at 51st and Elliott. Traffic brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Mike Broomhead at Arrowhead AMC June 12th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. I'm Heather Larson, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. And you guys know, hunger remains one of the most pressing challenges facing our community. But we can all make a difference. We're trying to make it as simple as possible. Please join us as we are outspoken against hunger. We are supporting St. Mary's Food Bank throughout the summer. Early the month of June is what we're trying to do to make sure that they have enough food and supplies on hand to feed kids who are missing meals because school's not in over the summer. Text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620.
So to hit the number we've got to hit before the end of the show,
okay,
we need 5 of you to put $100 in.
Okay.
And by the way, you want to put less? That's fine. You want to put more? Great. But before the end of the show, and if you do it now, you won't forget it, we need 5 of you. So we can hit our goal money-wise by the end of the show. We need 5 of you to text the word food to 620-620. Send $100.
Please.
It's going to feed a ton of kids.
Thank you ahead of time.
Thank you ahead of time.
Yeah. We've heard about deal breakers. Things that people will break up. Won't go on a date with you. Or certainly won't go on a second date with you if they don't agree. You've heard about like the politics thing, right? We've heard that's a big thing now. It never used to be politics, but now it's like, well, who did you vote for? Or, right? You know?
Yeah.
Okay. This is something that I hadn't thought about. But if I really narrow it down, I think there's something there. So on the same level as politics and bad breath is taste in music. 70% of people say they won't date someone who has, quote, vastly different music tastes from their own. If you are rocking Public Enemy all day long and they want to play Morgan Wallen, you guys aren't going to get along. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, if my wife didn't like yacht rock, it was not happening.
What is your... Tell me, what would you describe your musical taste
Freaking
as?
love yacht rock, man.
Seriously?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah.
That stuff is awesome.
So you're like Christopher Cross, Michael
Steely
McDonald.
Dan.
Okay, all right.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not mad at that.
Give me some of that yacht rock. That's what I'm talking
But
about.
it really, I think it says something bigger, though. I think it has to do with, like, our musical taste. A lot of them are driven by our how we grew up. You kind of develop them at a younger age. You don't like hit 50 and all of a sudden go, that's it, Lawrence Welk for me.
Oh.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of, your music is your music. And so not being able to vibe with somebody or get along with somebody over music really says, I think, to me, says more about you guys just started in two completely different places.
I think it's stupid that you would that you would discard somebody and not date them again because of music. There's a lot more important things like money. How do you deal with money?
Oh, I thought you...
What?
I thought you were making a joke.
No.
They got to be rich. I mean, money.
That's not
I mean,
what
we'll take money out of this.
How you know
you're
what I mean.
making a joke.
How you deal with money, right? Or how about do you have faith? Are you Christian? Are you Jewish? Or whatever it is. I think those are
Yeah, but what if you
huge
think
things.
the Beatles are the greatest group what has ever walked the face of the planet,
right?
And your potential date, your mate, is like, I think Justin Bieber is the greatest musical genius who has walked the earth.
Who cares?
Oh, God.
Everybody's got their earbuds. I can't tell what everybody's listening
I
to.
can't listen to that.
I don't
can't
have to
go
listen
through
to
that.
it. I don't
Oh,
listen
my
to it. What am I
goodness.
going to listen to it?
Yeah. Does music matter when finding a partner? 70% of people out there say you gotta kind of be on the same page.
My wife doesn't mind when I have to get in the bathtub and have a glass of wine and listen to the smooth sounds of Harry Styles.
By the way, we agree. That guy's a musical genius.
That guy's a genius.
He's amazing.
But my wife doesn't love Harry Styles.
What?
Well, I'm just saying, this wasn't a deal breaker.
It's close.
Oh.
I'm going to have to talk to the Gatos
Harry.
Bride about Harry Styles.
I love me some Harry Styles.
It's just like Elton John and David Bowie had
Just
a love
had
child.
a baby. That was amazing.
It's amazing.
And
All
I'm
right.
glad that you and I agree on that.
We do. It's one of the few things we agree on.
We agree on almost nothing.
Yeah, but Harry Styles.
Harry Styles rocks.
He's amazing. And that hair.
Oh.
What a beautiful head of hair on that guy.
You take your hand, you put it in there.
Oh, if
and
only.
if you have a tough time getting it back out, it's thick.
That's as good as it gets.
I love Harry Styles.
Checking the headlines on the way. We're going to get you up to speed on everything you need to know. A reminder, we're on the YouTube. You can go to KTAR's YouTube channel and watch the show. And then up next, the terrorist who set Jews on fire in Boulder, Colorado. Should his family be deported? We're going to be talking about an interesting ruling coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, America Roofing, guess what? They are super busy this week. Why are they super busy this week? Well, because it poured rain all over the valley on Sunday night. And so a lot of people had a leak. And I can tell you exactly how to avoid that. It is so simple. Instead of having a costly fix of your roof, here's what you do. Do what I did. Call America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofer, and have them come over and evaluate your roof. They'll do it for free if you mention Gatos. I had my roof evaluated for free. And when they came over, they meticulously went over everything, attic, roof, up there for a while, came down and said, listen, your roof is sturdy, it is healthy. There is one minor problem area where we believe that water from storms, it's not draining properly. We should fix this. And I said, go and fix it. You know, I could have had a leak on Sunday if I didn't get that fixed. So, do what I did. Call America Roofing. 602-960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield, give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Rodizio Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Rodizio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Bill O'Neill. Governor Katie Hobbs says the legislature will remain in session until a bipartisan budget is approved. The governor says she is focusing on fulfilling the needs of Arizonans right now, but says some programs may need to be cut.
But the reality is that we don't have the funds to backfill the level of cuts that we're looking at. And so we're moving forward with what's in front of us right now.
Hobbs says all branches are still in talks about a possible budget. First direct flight from Phoenix to Asia expected to be a major boost for the valley's growing semiconductor industry.
Nonstop flights from Phoenix to Taiwan begin early next year. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego tells the Mike Broomhead Show the new flights will support Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company's supply chain here in Phoenix.
Right now, many of the
things that TSMC needs to make their products come in they fly into Los Angeles and then get trucked here.
Mayor Gallego adds we can't let disruptions in LA slow down chip manufacturing in the Valley. She says Sky Harbor is Arizona's biggest economic generator, pulling in $44 billion a year. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Maricopa County reporting its first heat death of the year. The county health department's Dr. Nick Staub says it's from a 2024 heat-related injury. He avoids specific details to protect the deceased person's privacy, but as the case shows the prolonged effects of a heat injury.
Where someone has an injury and then there is life-sustaining support to, help that individual try and recover, and many times they cannot.
The county investigating more than 60 other potential heat death cases. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell announcing a life behind bars for the Glendale man that shot and killed his wife and 4-year-old daughter in 2019. 30-year-old Brandon Torres initially denied responsibility, claiming an intruder fired the weapon that killed the victims, later pled guilty to 1 count of first-degree murder, another count of manslaughter. Torres also has a history of domestic abuse, including previous threats at gunpoint. Last month, Maricopa County landlords filed more than 7,000 evictions in court. For the whole year, that's been more than 34,000. Judge Anna Huberman oversees the cases, says tenants don't always have the support they need in court, adding some get stuck in a cycle of paying charges related to evictions, then are unable to catch up by the next time rent is due.
Eyes on Education.
You can now nominate your favorite teacher for a $1,000 grant and help supply your child's classroom.
Teachers can receive free vouchers for supply kits through the 4 Peaks for Teachers program at the chain's Tempe location. The supply kits must be redeemed by tomorrow. The annual program is also giving 5 teachers $1,000 and 1 teacher $3,000, choosing from a pool of nominated educators. The program has existed since 2011, handing out over $43,000 and 50,000 supply kits to teachers. To learn more, go to 4peaksforteachers.org. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Arizona Diamondbacks looking to make it 2 in a row over the Braves in Atlanta after a rain-delayed start this afternoon. Right now they are in the bottom of the 5th inning. The D-backs leading the Braves by a score of 1-0. Catch all the action right now on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. A day off for the Phoenix Mercury. They'll be looking to bounce back tomorrow evening when they host Golden State after yesterday's loss. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's get back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now. Check in on those roads with Heather Larson.
Yes, thanks, Bill. On the 202 Red Mountain, if you're heading westbound at Scottsdale Road, there's some slowing there due to a crash with a motorcycle, and still slowing on northbound I-17 at New River Road, as that is still being cleared there. And I-10 westbound near 7th Avenue, you got a crash there on the disabled vehicle, on the left shoulder, slowing things down there. And Surface Street crashes at 24th Street and East McDowell and 19th Avenue and Southern. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clearing skies overnight down to 76 by morning. Sunshine tomorrow with a high of 101. Sunny on Friday, 103. Even warmer on Saturday under sunny skies, a high of 106 degrees. Still seeing some clouds out there right now. 90 degrees in Goodyear. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. We just had a deadly wrong-way crash on a valley freeway, but they're becoming less frequent. So on the next Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask, have things been made safer, or are we just on a lucky streak lately?
Just a little Harry Styles. We were talking about Harry in the last hour.
Yeah. Our love of Harry.
I love him. Hey, remember a couple minutes ago I said to hit our goal for the day.
Yeah.
We're outspoken against hunger. We're teaming with St. Mary's for the month of June.
Yeah,
we're going to feed
amazing food.
We're going to feed kids.
Yes,
there are a lot of kids who will not be getting the breakfast at school and
or
the lunch at school because school's over. And so we said we needed 5 of you to text the word food to 620-620 and throw in $100.
Yeah.
All right, we're $100 out. We made $400.
Oh,
4 out of 5. So we need one more person. $100.
All right.
One more person. We hit our goal.
It's
today.
doable.
It's totally doable. Somebody out there's got $100.
Just text the word food to 620-620.
You need $100.
Yeah.
All right.
We believe in you. We have some new information, new developments, I will say, in the case of this, the family of the Egyptian man who threw Molotov cocktails at a pro-Israel demonstration in Boulder, Colorado.
Terrorist.
So yesterday, we were told that the family, a wife and 5 children aged 4 to 17, could be deported as early as yesterday. The White House was saying they could be deported immediately.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, and the speculation was if you are here illegally, as this guy was.
He was. His visa had expired March 28th.
Yeah, shouldn't have been here. Should have kicked him out of the country before he did this. He committed an act of terror.
Yes.
Now, his family, I mean, I don't know if they knew that he was planning this.
They claim they knew nothing about his attack. But they're cooperating with authorities according to this.
But if they're here illegally, and let's say they had nothing to do with it, is there something in the law that says you got to go now, you got to get deported now too, and you don't get a court case? I was wondering about. I still haven't been able to figure that out.
Yeah, well, a federal judge said no, you cannot deport the wife and children.
So you need due process
of this man,
even though he's a terrorist.
Correct. He said you cannot deport the family without process.
Okay.
And he did acknowledge the urgency of this situation. The attorneys argued, the family's attorneys say, why are you punishing the family for the crimes of one member of the family? We don't normally do that in our society. It also, and I don't have the exact dates, according to the family's attorneys, okay? The mom and 4 kids, they have a pending asylum case.
It's not going to go well.
Probably not. But they are arguing, and the judge did agree, that they deserve some form of due process. But they do have a pending asylum case, which is why the judge says you can't remove them from the country because of something a member of the family did.
Yeah.
You can't remove them immediately.
And I just wonder if there was something in the law when it comes to a terrorist attack. It doesn't seem like that is the case.
Well, unless you can prove that they had something to do with it. As of right now, not even the government is arguing that the family had something to do with it.
But if the family did know something about it, I don't want them to get deported. I want them to go to jail. I don't want them deported. I want them in jail. And I don't know how long that sentence will be, but after they're done, we're kicking their rear ends out of the country. I mean, the guy, listen, there's no argument. The terrorist, this guy who firebombing attack in Boulder, he's burning Jews, wants to burn them alive. Okay, we're all behind. This is an easy one.
Yeah,
that guy goes to jail.
Throw all the book you have at him, right?
I don't care. He could rot there for the rest of his life. His family. Yeah, I think the crazy thing. There's so many crazy things about this story. This guy. He's a terrorist. This terrorist decided to do this attack, but he waited for his 18-year-old to graduate.
17. Yeah, she's 17 apparently. Yes.
Why? Well, why are you waiting? What am I missing here?
Well, I would say this, and again, unconfirmed at this point, that the wife and children are here on legal visas. They are currently have some form of legal status when it comes to a visa. And I am uncomfortable with the idea that we are punishing family members for the crimes of one person, because if you extrapolate that out, there's a lot of people out there that we could be punishing. If they knew something about it or aided and abetted or whatever, completely different argument.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the 4-year-old knew about this. You know what I'm saying?
Do they have a 4-year-old?
4 to 17
Oh,
are the
of course
kids.
the 4-year-old does. And the 4-year-old is here?
They apparently all the wife and children are on a valid visa. I don't know if it's a tourist or a work visa.
Okay.
Don't know.
That doesn't mean you could stay here forever.
No, it does not.
Right.
But they have a pending asylum claim. And should we be punishing family members for the bad deeds of individuals?
Okay, here's another question. How does it make us look if they stay? What
do you mean?
How does it make the United States look if we allow the family of a terrorist to stay? I don't have an answer. I haven't thought about it enough. It just popped into my head. Does it actually make us look like
we have laws and we have rules and we follow them?
Maybe. Or does it make us look weak? Does it make other people think we're weak? Oh, well, they let the terrorist family stay. Or does it or maybe, it's what you said. We do have laws and we went through I'll tell you right now, this family ain't going to win that asylum case. They're gone. I think that's fair to say.
Certainly an uphill battle.
Daddy screwed you guys.
Yeah.
As soon as he picked up a Molotov cocktail, you guys are out of the country.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think there's any way you can stay.
But again, if they are in the country legally, okay, they have rights,
right,
and remove the Egyptian part or wherever they're from. And again, we're assuming they're Egyptian. Are we going to punish the entire family for the deeds of one member of that family?
I think we will. I think that.
Are we going to do that with school shooters? Are we going to do it with any mass murderer?
Well, so how would you do it with the school shooter?
We're going to arrest everybody in your family. We're going to deprive all of you of that. We're going to. Well, we didn't know that the kid was going to go shoot up school. Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, you're all arrested.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some parents of school shooters have been arrested
if they're culpable. And again, if members of the family were in on this,
right? But they're also citizens. If you're
understood,
kid shot up a school.
But these people have a legal status in this country,
right?
Again, I'm trying to be consistent. I believe in due process.
I do too, and I think that's what makes America different and better.
It makes us better,
right? I just
dictatorships do things like that, where they round up the family. Saddam Hussein would round up the whole family and execute them all together. Oh, absolutely.
No, we're not executing anybody, but that kind of took me off my.
I'm sorry,
I totally forgot.
I derailed you on
the execution thing.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Coming up next, the Suns have a new coach, and but we've already forgotten his name.
I have no idea.
For.
No,
he's probably listening, so let's be nice.
Listen, I wrote the name down so I wouldn't forget it.
What is it?
I don't know. I can't find it now. I can't find the piece of paper.
We're talking about him next.
And I don't remember his name. Is it Steve? Is his name Steve?
It most certainly is not Steve.
It is not Steve.
Okay.
Is it Jason? I thought it's... No.
I have to look it up again.
Okay.
It's Jordan.
That was close.
We should be able to remember that.
Well, Steve is not really close to Jordan.
Yeah, not even the ballpark.
Yeah.
Coming up next on Outspoken.
Okay. Come 4th of July, I'll tell you right now, my house is going to look awesome. Why? Because we're just about a month away. Celebrate America. We're going to have the big barbecue. You know, my wife likes to say that our house is the spot for everybody to come when there's a big occasion. And when there's a big occasion like the 4th of July, we certainly will be turning on our lights. What does that mean? AZ Trim Light, aztrimlight.com. We light up the house, red, white, and blue. And everybody knows where to come for the barbecue. Just look for the house, red, white, and blue. And, I mean, it's such a cool feature to have if you're the home that likes to entertain. And, you know, your guests and your friends that are coming over, it's just a cool thing. These are permanent lights, and they go on the trim of your home. You use a user-friendly app from AZ Trim Light, and you just push the little button on it that says July 4th, and your lights are on, and you're good to go. Call AZ Trim Light before the 4th of July. They got some big savings. All you have to do is mention Gatos, and remember the AZ in front of it. aztrimlight.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Jim Sharp here with a lot of reasons for you to choose Gleason Roofing. Gleason Roofing's a GAF Master Elite Contractor. That's an award only 2% of roofing companies in the U.S. ever get. And it means they're committed to the highest standards in quality, service, and installation. Gleason Roofing's family owned. They've been serving the Valley for over 25 years. And Gleason Roofing has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And Gleason did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. And Gleason Roofing cleaned up after themselves. If you're trying to decide which roofing company to go with, I'd choose Gleason. In fact, I already did, and I'd do it again. Or if you're trying to decide if you even need a roofer, visit GleasonRoofing.com and schedule your no-obligation roof audit today. Gleason Roofing, trusted by homeowners across Arizona, including me. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:47, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. President Donald Trump bringing back the travel ban policy from his first term, signing a proclamation today preventing people from a dozen countries from entering the United States. Those include Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, Republic of the Congo, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari is an Iranian American. She says the reinstatement of the travel ban is a xenophobic, racist, and Islamophobic policy that will do nothing to make the country stronger, safer, or more prosperous. President Trump also moving to block nearly all foreign students from entering the country to attend Harvard University. His latest attempt to block the Ivy League school from an international pipeline that accounts for a quarter of its student body. In another executive order, the president declaring it would jeopardize national security to allow Harvard to continue hosting foreign students on its campus in Massachusetts. All of our top stories coming up at 7 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Another check on traffic now. Let's hit those roads with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Bill. Roads are looking a lot better. There are two key spots of slowing still on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway at Scottsdale Road for that crash with that motorcycle. That's one of them. The other one's still slow. Northbound I-17 approaching New River, and there's still a crash being cleared at 19th Avenue and Southern. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try the burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson, KTAR News.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hello, we're here with special guest Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and now filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Jeff, welcome.
Well, thanks for having me, Mike. It's always great to see you.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. A few of my good friends and colleagues are featured in the movie.
Yeah, that's right. Wolfley and Bruce, they got to share their stories in the film. And these stories are real, and they really matter.
Many of our listeners have their own financial stories. Jeff, what's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And what I can say is space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Hey, KTAR.com. Let's see what we got cooking for the Big Q.
Yep.
The number of parents reading to their children has hit an all-time low.
That's horrible.
As Gen Z parents say, it's not fun. Do you find it a chore to read to your kids, yes or no?
Do you think people are going to admit to that, even in an anonymous poll? Because it sounds bad.
Yeah, well, it is bad.
Do you find it a chore? I'm going to say the answer is yes, but I'm going to say they voted no 67%.
No, it is not a chore, 86%.
Nobody wants to say that out loud. But we know that reading to kids is at the lowest levels like it's ever been.
So I was talking to my wife, who is now a flight attendant, but was a teacher for almost 30 years.
Absolutely. An amazing teacher.
Amazing. Teacher of the Year, by the way, she won. Second grade. And I was talking to her today, and she said, I can always tell which kids are read to.
Really?
And I said, okay, how?
Tell me how.
She said their vocabulary is far better than the other children who did not get...
Readers make good writers. They learn words.
Yeah.
Learn how to put words together.
Right. So she could see it a mile away. She's like, that kid, Mom and Dad read to that kid.
Sharp.
That kid over there, Mom
Not
and
so
Dad's
much.
lazy.
Lazy.
So lazy. All right, so that's the Big Q, KTAR.com.
I know you are a Suns fan, maybe more so than I am. It's been difficult to be a Suns fan recently.
Oh, they were dead to me this last season.
For example?
Disgusting, despicable, lazy,
no
defense.
Let's keep the gloves above the belt.
But it's all fact.
There's facts.
Didn't care if they played well.
Didn't seem like they cared.
Didn't care.
So what do they need to turn things around? They parted ways with their coach, and today announced they have a new coach.
Right.
What's his name again?
Steve.
It is not Steve.
Jordan Ott.
Jordan Ott. He is an assistant with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Let me just say this.
I'm ready.
He's not even a household name in his own household.
That's offsides.
That's good stuff right there.
That's not nice in the slightest.
That is good stuff.
Well, listen, our friends over at Arizona Sports have been, I think we were talking to Bernsey. Would less than enthused be a good description?
Well, I mean, he's unproven as a head coach. He may turn out to be great, but, I'll tell you, as a Suns fan, and there are a lot of you who are Suns fans, you're not excited about this.
See, here's the thing
not.
That I think NBA, more than maybe other sports, the players run the team. They replace coaches.
Yeah, but you need... all these coaches seem to have such massive egos these days. And maybe it's good that this guy comes in and he's not going to have some massive ego because, he's coming in as his former assistant. But I forgot his name already.
It's not Steve.
I don't remember.
It's Jordan.
I wish him well. I hope the team does great because they were total horse crap last season.
Jordan, we appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan.
Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Not just Jordan, but also everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass that makes this thing go. Like our DJ over there, just in time. Our super producer, Jules, 2 thumbs up from her. We had Big Bill O'Neill delivering all the news and information today. Thank you for that. And, what a combo on the traffic. The Roller and Heather Larson. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
KTAR-FM.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Ugh, I gotta get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602